in Waterford, Michigan. Ready for our pre-show as we build up to 7 o'clock here, expecting President Trump to take the stage. Brian Glenn, Catherine Cipher with you live here in Michigan. As you might have saw us here a little earlier, we were previewing the brief Trump remarks there at the SneakerCon convention in Philadelphia, and definitely a campaign stop, or a visit, you should say. I think that was a kind of a surprise to many of the president making a stop there, but nevertheless made a stop there in Philadelphia. Now he is on his way to the great state of Michigan. I'll step in here while Catherine gets together. We had to kind of transition, if you will, into the inside here at this airport hangar here in Waterford, Michigan, as we get ready for President Trump. And it's going to be, I think, one of these afternoons, and I'll bring Catherine in here. It's going to be one of those interesting afternoons, and
yes.
I chose to take the beanie off my head, so I have no idea how messed up my hair is right now, but that's just,
well,
it's probably...
I've got a mirror, and I've got some things in my purse. The Secret Service just literally dumped out my whole bag, and it took a little while. That's why it took me a second to get through, because I just was like, wow, they are going through everything. Single thing.
Yeah.
So if you ever come to a Trump rally, don't bring any closed cans. They don't like that.
They don't like that.
Makeup, they weren't super crazy about me bringing my makeup in.
Because you look like the kind of person that would
He's like,
revolt.
wow, you got a lot of stuff in there.
But we're here, and we're like, but it's funny, earlier we were talking about this being one of the first kind of like cold rallies that we've done in a while. Now, obviously, we've been in Iowa and New Hampshire, but they've all been indoors.
Yeah.
So we haven't had to be outside. It's been a while.
I mean, at least we're not standing out on the field. It could be worse now that we're inside.
It could be way worse.
Walking around out there for a little while, things started to go numb a little bit, but I'm glad that we're inside now, and I think they've got some heaters going for us.
There you go.
And
Get
so
our body heat going
hopefully
together.
Folks aren't too discouraged, but
Yeah.
it seems like there's a huge turnout. They just added another magnetometer, so that's good. People will get to get in a little bit quicker and get the show on the road.
Show on the road. And there's so much to talk about right now in the news. Obviously, we'll get to a lot of it. To kind of recap, we are in Michigan, and today is the first day for in-person voting.
Early voting.
In-person early voting. And we were talking, it is a mouthful, and we were talking to several people outside, and it seems like they don't really care about that. They just want to vote in person on Election Day.
So I think there is a significance with President Trump coming here today. This is the first time the state has done this for the entire state voting like this. So it's 10 days out from the primary day, which is February 27th. And I think that, look, in order to be playing on the same game board as our opponents are, and to actually win, you've got to start playing their tactics. And they're the ones, the left is in huge control here in Michigan in the State House. This is what they decided to do. The left is going to take advantage of it. And so if we're going to actually have a real fighting chance to win in Michigan, people are going to probably have to early vote. And I think that that's why President Trump is here today. One of the reasons among many. But I think that, he is the leader of this party. And these folks believe in him. And we'll see what he says tonight. But if it is, the message is that everybody needs to get out and early vote, I know that that's what these folks will do.
And, of course, back in 2020, Trump narrowly lost this state to Joe Biden, like less than 3 points. You said less than 100,000, I think, 150,000 votes. And then, and there's some counties that are sprinkled in here. Like you said earlier, the state is majority red.
Yes.
It's just a few counties, and that's kind of what it is. Like when you look at Wisconsin, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at Arizona, Georgia, you've got about 9 total counties in the country that can swing a presidential election. It's not very many.
Yeah. And I think that that's why, it is going to be important that we're playing off the same game board as our opponent come general election day. And I think that that's where President Trump is at this point. Nikki Haley, we're playing games by her still being even in this race, in my opinion. He's ready for the general election, and he's showing his leadership by coming here and being here for his supporters on this first day of early voting. This isn't by chance. This campaign is on it right now. That's why they were in Pennsylvania today. They are ready to take this general election head on, and I think that's the race and that's the game that they're playing. But as far as Michigan is concerned, there's a couple of blue counties that are sprinkled in. I think that a lot of those counties are immigrant heavy. And I think that is one of the important things that people need to be thinking about when you do think about the open border situation and the flood of single middle-aged males coming across the border. They're not here to, be thriving citizens that are contributing to society. They're here to probably cause some chaos. And if the left does capture them and get them to vote, they're probably going to be voting for the Democrats. And so we have to make sure we get ahead of this. I think, like you said, mass deportations, day one on an America First presidency. But, I think that's what's captured Michigan at this point in 20. But if Trump, spend some time here before the general election, I do think that this is a state that he can win. He has won it. He won it in 2016, so we'll see. It's the home of Kid Rock.
That's true. It's Detroit Rock City.
It is Detroit Rock City. So, and they've got a devastating governor that I have no idea how she won her second term. This is the home of Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who was kind of one of the leading governors on the COVID mandate. She was very heavy on the people of Michigan, really just, locking people down. Yet she seemed to figure out how to get her husband in touch with the people that stored her boat over the winter. And she shut down the marina and shut down the boat ramp. But she said, you need to make sure that my boat gets in the water for my daughter's graduation party. And the state caught on and people caught on, and she's definitely one of those governors. She makes a lot of promises when she runs. She doesn't keep those promises. So it's very interesting to me that she's stuck around. And then obviously, it's the home of former RNC chairwoman Ronna Romney McDaniel. I think that she took a lot of credit for President Trump in the 2016 win. Being from Michigan, and actually a lot of my political background is from the east side of the state, I knew that wasn't true. There's no way. President Trump won in 2016 on just his credentials alone and being Donald Trump in a state that was just really hungry for his energy and his freedom fighting to go out and talk to people and tell them what they want to hear and actually be willing to deliver on those promises. And so his message resonated here. It wasn't Ronna Romney McDaniel. Yeah. And then, you also have Betsy DeVos, who was his education secretary. And now you have President Biden's energy secretary, who is the former governor of the state. So it's a state that's got a lot of, political heavyweights that come into both administrations, both sides.
Yeah. All right, a lot to unpack today. I do want to talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we have been talking about protecting your investments in this turmoil of economy that we have and what can happen in 2025, where our friends at the Birch Gold Group want to send you a free information kit to let you make your own decision there. Just simply text the words Trump to 989898 and get that free information kit, and they'll show you how to go over from a traditional IRA to a gold-backed IRA. It's simple, it's easy, it's cost-effective, and it could possibly save your current investments. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. We talked to a lot of people about the economy. The economy is a big issue no matter where you go. Border seems to be number one, but second seems to be the economy. Here in Michigan, I noticed that gas has always been more expensive here than it is down in the South. And I would imagine that food prices and everything else has just skyrocketed. With inflation, people in Michigan are hurting. And I tell you who it hurts the most: the poor, the lower middle class and the poor people in this state, because it's costing them more to heat their homes. Today it's 22 degrees outside. Obviously, winter is a long winter here in Detroit and Michigan. It just costs people more to just live, just exist. And I'm hoping that this next election comes up, people understand the choices they have to make to get common sense back to run this country, and more importantly, get it back to running the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for the people here.
And if you think gas prices are bad just at the gas station, you should go to a marina where you have to pay for the gas, because it's like triple the amount. I think that's anywhere, but I just think that the cost of living in this state is just devastating to the people that live here. I'm sure that there's not any sort of cost of living pay increases statewide for the folks that do have to, work out these prices. And so, yeah, I would overall agree with you. It's very hard for people in Michigan right now to just get by, make ends meet.
Yeah, I looked across the board and like utilities, rent, food, insurance. Auto insurance is up on an average of 20.2% nationwide. Now think about auto insurance. It's one of those things that you have to have it. Every state pretty much demands and requires you to have auto insurance to register your car. And what that does to the average American family that may have a two-car adult family, mom, dad car, and then maybe 2 cars for kids, right? So you have 4 cars on your policy. You add a 20% in rate increase on something like that, and I'm talking, I've got quite a few cars on our family policy. It's expensive. Yeah. It's expensive, and a lot of families have to cut in certain areas of their life to make up for this additional cost.
Yeah. In Michigan, it's a very heavy automotive state. And you think about the Biden administration and kind of what their policies could potentially do to this state. Talk about this, election being one of the most important in everybody's lives. This state is looking at losing millions and millions of dollars just in the production and the production lines of building out cars, because now the Biden administration wants to make all of the cars electric. Yeah. Those are not going to be produced in Michigan. And with that comes the cost of the cars being much higher. And we've already seen a substantial issue with them. A lot of parking garages, even in the big cities, are no longer allowing charging stations in the garages because they catch on fire.
For liability purposes, you're right.
Yep, and so there's a lot of problems. The Biden administration, there's a common denominator here with them getting ahead of themselves with the things that they say. It might look good on paper, but when you actually put it in action, it doesn't work. And this is an example of one of those things that they've done.
Yeah, and then when it comes to just food, school lunches. I know that first of the school year, the average school lunch or the cost to for a family to put together a school lunch was up considerably. It's when it starts to hit people at home with their kids and just keeping their daily life and just their livelihood going, I think that's when it wakes up people about getting involved in elections. I've always said this: until the average American really feels the pain of a bad policy, they won't get angry enough to want the change. Yeah. I think sometimes we get too comfortable in our lifestyle.
I think nationwide, there is a really strong need for additional poll watchers and poll workers to come in and help make sure that we do have a secure election. I think the left has done a really good job at stacking people in those roles through nonprofits that are disguised as nonprofits with a lot of dark money going into them, with Democrats lining the pockets of these nonprofits and getting people on the left super engaged and involved, and we need to do better at that on our side.
Yeah, I think so too. Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn, live in Waterford, Michigan on this pre-show, building up to a 7 o'clock speech from President Trump. He just wrapped up a brief speech at SneakerCon, which was kind of cool. Let's talk about the need to get out the youth, the younger vote on here. I've always said that Democrats, in my opinion, do an excellent job of engaging in college-age kids. Not to say that we don't. Turning Point USA is great at that.
Yes.
But how important is it for this election that we get the college kids? We get 18 to 23 people that might not have bought their first home. So sometimes they're not interested in a lot of fiscal policies that maybe someone that's older like me is really concerned about the fiscal policies. But it's important to reach that demo to say, look, that this is the best choice to run this country because they're constantly being told by the media and by others that a Trump presidency would be the end of democracy, and so and so and so and so. So let's talk about the importance of getting this younger vote into this election.
Yeah, I think it's an untapped area, especially for conservatives. But before I get into that, I do think that the left, they have been better at it than the right has, but it's for a reason. It's because the left and Democrats have always traditionally been more in lockstep with the corporations, and the corporations are what are tapped into the culture of this country. And so it's a lot easier for them to reach those individuals because they've got the corporations in their pockets. They've got such easy access to it. I mean, look at how they've tapped Kelsey with the Pfizer vaccine, and like they've got these cultural icons that they're using to then push out their get out the vote efforts. And I think we do need to be better at that. But I have seen with the Trump campaign this time around, and they were doing it a little bit in 2020, but really a lot more I've seen from the campaign in 2024. Look at how President Trump has really been engaged with Dana White and getting into that wrestling community. I mean, that is a huge segment of people that I don't think that we've been there peripherally, but we've not actually tapped into it and used it for our get out the vote efforts. And then, he's worked a lot with the Nelk Boys. The Nelk Boys, they have a huge market on 18 to 25 or 30-year-old boys and men. And so I think that if we continue to use some of the cultural icons on our side, we stand a chance against them in 2024 and actually beating them, so to say, at their own game.
That's a great point. And the Nelk Boys actually got a shout out in Las Vegas from the president, and even kind of made a side remark and said he did an interview with the Nelk Boys and he got something like 22 million views. Yes. So it does talk about the impact that President Trump will have on some of these younger kids coming in for this. That might be the first time they've ever voted in their entire lives. I mean, some people, they didn't get engaged in politics for whatever reason. But I think now President Trump brings that fire. He brings that X factor to elections and to politics. And it resonated with me the first time he got in the race. I mean, from day one, I was like, he's someone to watch. I've always been a fan of President Trump and some of the things that he would say against China. I went back and looked at my Facebook post. I had a Facebook memory one day pop up from 2012 when I said that President Trump was at that time, Donald Trump, was the only person that could stand up to China. Now think about that for a second. That's 2012. That wasn't even the conversation of running for president. So people find the president on different paths. Either they resonate with them on the military, back in the military. Maybe they resonate with them from a small business standpoint. But people find what they love about President Trump at different times. I'm hoping that the young people, they see the Nelk Boys, they see the UFC association, they see the Kid Rocks walking out with American Badass playing in an arena. That's when I'm hoping they say, you know what? Maybe I should look into politics. Maybe I should look at President Trump. Maybe he's not this bad guy that the media talks about him.
Well, if you want to love this country, there's really only one side. If you do love this country, there is really only one side for you right now. The other side, they've got so many of their leaders coming out and saying they're not proud to be an American. I mean, even the former First Lady, Michelle Obama, she came out and said she was not proud to be an American. It's truly incredible, but I think that what has happened with the right, more specifically, is we went through some growing pains. I think that when Trump won, everybody that was there backing him, supporting him in the White House, we wanted him to be the president for every American. And so we wanted to avoid controversy at all costs. And so by doing this, we would look at every single person that wanted to lean in and help with us. And if there was one thing from their past that we didn't like, we'd be like, no, it's just too controversial. We really appreciate your support, but we're not going to work with you right now. And I think that actually we were looking so hard to please everybody that it actually hurt us in the long run.
You're right.
But I think now we're seeing that the left doesn't do that. I mean, you've got people on the left that you don't want to look into their past, because if you do, you're going to find all sorts of things. And they're very quick to forgive on their side. And I think that, we should not lose ourselves and bring people along with us who are bad people. I'm not saying that at all, but I am saying that we need to be a little bit more willing to really bring everybody in, embrace them, especially these people with huge YouTube and social media platform presence.
Yeah, good point there. And people that have been agnostic to politics in general.
Yes.
I think also the independent vote. The person that they identify as a libertarian or independent, they'll say that I'm neither a Republican or a conservative. I'm kind of in the middle. The party of common sense is what I like to describe. And for a lot of times in my life, that's what I was. I was somebody who didn't really pick a side. I was more of a candidate. Like, what does that candidate stand for? And it wasn't really until Barack Obama got into office and he said they want to fundamentally change this country. Do you remember those words?
Yeah.
And I remember hearing that going, whoa. What did you just say?
Yeah, why?
Like, why? And that's when I really understood exactly what the Democratic Party really wants to do. Is they do want to fundamentally change this country in a bad way. You said this earlier. We are near Rashida Tlaib's district.
Yes.
She is from Michigan. She is a
Hamas supporting.
She's had
pro-Israel.
Anti-Israel.
I'm sorry, pro-Palestine.
Right.
Pro-Palestine. And she's terrible. I mean, they just had Congress vote on condemning the actions of Hamas for the atrocities that they committed against the people of Israel. More specifically, the rapes and sexual assaults that took place on October 7th, and she voted present.
But she voted present. But here's what's interesting. That is what the Democratic Party has evolved to. Think about that.
Yeah.
Like, when I was younger,
that's acceptable.
It's acceptable now. Like, and you can drive by a home and you see an American flag, or if you see an American flag in the back of a sticker in somebody's car, I can only assume, or you walk into a business that has an American flag in the window, I can only assume that they are conservatives or the Republicans, because I have yet to see overwhelming support from Democrats for this country.
Right.
For pro-America, because right now they're pro every other country in the world other than America.
Well, I mean, this is Rashida Tlaib is part of the squad, and one of her squad members had said that 9/11 was nowhere near as bad as
January 6th.
I mean, this is the type of people that we're dealing with. They don't have any real sense of what's going on in the world. And unfortunately, I do think that if there were another 9/11 in this country, the country would not come together like we did on September 11th.
You're right.
2001.
You're right.
And so that is very scary for me, especially as we start looking at future generations and the country that they're going to be living in. And the fact that if something happens to them, I mean, the fact that there are Americans in that group of hostages that are in Gaza, the 143 hostages that are still there are Americans there, and we don't talk about it. We don't do anything about it. It should make people question about going overseas. What's going to happen? You don't have a country that supports you and backs you.
Yeah.
If something happens to you, you don't have a president that's going to come in and make sure that you're taken care of, because it's no longer this collective group of prideful Americans that look out for one another. It's every man for themselves, and that's very dangerous territory to be entering into.
You're right. All right, pause that thought. Let's talk about something really fun. The Trumpinator bobblehead. We got this. I love this bobblehead. It's one of the best things that we talk about on this network. But anyway, go check it out. The information for this bobblehead is on your screen right now. It makes a great gift for your home, your office, your business. I've seen it on Trump Force One in the cockpit. Dan Scavino had a nice picture of that. I've seen that as well. So Trumpinator bobblehead, go check it out. The information for that is on your screen. Don't forget to use the promo code on that as well. And we typically sell out of these things relatively quick. So I just want to encourage you, if that's what you want, that's what you want to collect, the information for that is on your screen. Go check it out right now and get it and add it to your collection today. Do we have Lisa McLean coming on? I don't think we have it. Do we have you coming on yet? I didn't know. Come on. Come on here, Catherine, because you're a fellow Michigan. I want to.
Yes, I am a fellow Michigan.
I know. So I loved it because when I was told I was coming here, I said, wait a minute. I think this is Lisa McLean's district, if I'm not correct. It is.
Just outside.
Oh, it's just outside.
But I'll tell you, there's a lot of people from my district here.
Well, there's a lot of signs out front, too.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is. Let's talk about Michigan real quick, and then we'll pull it to more of a 30,000-foot elevation. Michigan, the problems that we've had people tell us is, A, they don't like their governor.
True.
And then the economy is they want Michigan first. They don't want everybody else first. They want Michigan first.
Yeah, it's 100% true, right?
Okay.
All you have to look at is redistricting. We lost a seat because people are leaving our state. That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
We don't want people to leave this great state, but we have to incentivize people to stay.
Yeah. And then, of course, the border. That's been number one. I was in South Carolina a couple of days ago. I talked to maybe 200 people in the pre-show before Trump came out. Every single one of them, Lisa, said the border, close the border.
Yep. And you hear the same thing here. And now what's getting even scarier is in my district in St. Clair, Waterford Island, is a run for the illegals. So they're coming in through Canada, instead of Mexico. They're going to Waterford Island, and it's just a hop, skip, and a jump. And they are coming into my district, all of these illegals. And I'll tell you, it's affecting our healthcare systems. It's affecting our schools. I mean, crime. You know, these people don't have anything to lose.
Yeah, they don't. We just impeached Mayorkas, thank goodness, on the second attempt. Thank goodness to Steve Scalise. God bless him, battling cancer. Love that he's doing that. Love that he's feeling better.
He's great.
He's great. We're glad he came back to do that. That sends a message.
It does?
It does. It should. But the problem is, get that through the Senate.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, sadly,
Yeah.
it's not going anywhere. Just like HR 1, the energy bill that we passed, isn't going anywhere. HR 2, which was close the border, that didn't go anywhere in the Senate. It's going to go and die in the Senate. Why? I don't know. Why the Senate doesn't care about closing our borders, I have no idea. But they need to.
Yeah.
Because the American people want our border closed. See, border is different than immigration. They're two separate issues.
Mm-hmm.
We can talk about immigration, we can, but we need to close the border first.
Yeah. We also need to separate the border and Ukraine's border. That's like issue number 3 that Catherine and I was talking about. People's like, what does Ukraine have to do with our border? And that should be 3 separate things, which I know which it is. But overwhelmingly, the base does not want to be engaged in this long-term conveyor belt of money going to Ukraine.
They're tired of the forever wars. And they've spoke loudly to me, very loudly to me, is they're not for Ukraine funding, but definitely don't tack it on to our border. Don't use our safety and security as a bargaining chip to get dollars for Ukraine. They're not having it.
You were saying earlier before we came on that actually there could be a possible sit-down between Zelensky and President Trump.
Zelensky actually just came out and said that that's what he wants to do.
Here, let's get the statement that came out. This was just developing as we came in there. And so my thoughts on it is I think this conversation would go all of maybe 30 seconds. No more money for you. Bye-bye. But I don't know. But it's very important to point out, though, that the America First agenda includes no more support for Ukraine. There it is.
This is just now. Zelensky extends President Trump an offer to visit Ukraine frontline, saying, if Mr. Trump will come, I am ready.
Okay.
Well, I'm in agreement with you. I think it would last all about 30 seconds, and I don't even think Mr. Trump needs to go to Ukraine.
I don't think the jet fuel it takes to fly Trump Force One over to Ukraine is worth it. No. So I'm in agreement with you. I know that he often says, you'll say it tonight, that he would end that war in Ukraine through peace.
Money's going to stop
What's that?
coming. He's worried his money's going to stop coming, so he's got to get all of his bases covered.
But let's not forget how much money we've already given him. So it's not like we have not given Ukraine money. We have. We've done our part. What I would say is some of the partners around there need to step up a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, think of it. We're an ocean away.
I know.
They're the next door neighbor, right?
I know, especially domestically. We have so much going on domestically.
It is.
It's time to move on.
It's time to move on. And that's what I love about President Trump. I don't think it's lip service when he says he puts America first.
Yeah.
He truly does.
He
And
does.
it's no different than we would do at home.
Yep.
I'm a very charitable person, but I want to take care of my family before I take care of my neighbors. Now, we can do both if we have a good economy, but with this inflation, that's not helping either.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the Senate just passed a supplemental bill it's got funding for Ukraine in it, possibly. It's coming to the House.
They did, and
did,
it's
and I
sitting
hope
at the House,
Set
and
upon arrival.
it's DOA. Yes,
Amazing.
100%.
That's
We
great
talked
that
about
you guys
that
are
last
doing
week in
that.
our leadership meeting. Is we're not bringing it to the floor, and I might remind everyone, we put a border security over. It's
Yeah.
sitting in the Senate. They've refused to bring it over. That's not our issue. We put an energy bill over, and they won't bring it. The Senate won't bring it up. We've done our part. I will share with you, we do have a little bit of chaos going on in Congress right now. I mean, if we're honest with each other, right? Democracy's a little messy. It's messy, right? But we are the last bastion of hope. I mean, the Democrats have the Senate, the Democrats have the White House. We are the last defense for democracy right now.
I want to bring it back to Michigan for a second. So I know today is the first day of early in-person voting. Brian and I spent some time walking around and talking to some people here in Michigan, and a lot of them are very grounded in, no, I go on the day of, on February 27th, and I vote in person. Do you think that will hurt the Republicans at all? And do you think that it's possible to change the minds of the Republicans in Michigan?
Listen, I've always been, voting day is like Christmas Day. We know when it is. You can plan around it, right? Even if it snows, we seem to celebrate Christmas. But I think a little bit of the world has changed. I would say vote on voting day. However, if you can't, if you're not going to be here, if you think there might be a snowstorm, vote early and vote in person. Yeah. The number one thing is don't wait till the last minute. Yeah. Don't put it to chance. Vote early. If you're not going to vote, make sure you vote. You've got to get out and vote. Period.
Yeah, I keep saying that you really need to make sure that you're playing on the same game board as your opponent.
Yeah.
And if that's the way that they're going to play, I think that unfortunately Republicans are going to have to bend a little bit.
Yeah, listen, I don't like it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like it, but we got to play by the same rules they play if we want to win. And we want to win. We've got to get numbers, and we'll turn out the vote. Listen, we have to get the numbers. Look at the excitement. It's freezing, right?
Yeah.
You look cute in your hat, but it's cold, right? There is lines for miles down the road.
Yeah.
Miles is an exaggeration, but probably.
But the cars are parked miles. People are walking.
On a freezing cold day, that tells us everything we need to know, right? We just got to make sure we get out to vote, because I'll share with you, their base is not motivated.
That's correct. Well, I will say this. The Iowa caucus was the coldest caucus. It was negative 45. And I was there, and people showed up. So Michigan, I think this is just an average walk in the park.
Yeah, we'll show up. Michiganders will show up, and they will show up for Trump.
So you think that he can win Oakland County?
I do. I am cautiously optimistic. I think Macomb County is more of the bellwether, because if you look at 2016, he won by almost 12%. In 2020, right, he only won by about 8%. Okay. We got to turn that vote out in Macomb County, and I think we're going to. That's heavily my district as well, and we are working night and day to make sure we do that.
Let's talk about how to keep you in your district. Where can people go to get more information about you, to donate to your campaign? Because let me tell you something. It takes money and effort to keep this fighter in Congress, so we got to do that. So where do people go for that?
You can just go to LisaMcLeanForCongress.com. Pretty simple. MCCLAIN.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll clip this segment. We'll push it out on X so everybody has that. Thank you so much for coming. And you're speaking tonight.
I am. I'm excited.
Any preview of what you're going to say?
Just how much better we are under Trump. I mean, and try and compare and contrast the last 3 years to when we had the Trump administration.
And I think people that we even agnostic to politics, they can see the difference.
Pocketbook. It's their pocketbook.
They know it.
Right?
Yeah.
So I am optimistic. I'm encouraged. I'm optimistic.
So am I. I'm glad you're here.
Yes, this is fun.
I'm glad that we don't have Rashida Tlaib in here. We don't have to worry. Oh, what a piece of work she is. What a piece of work she is. Anyway, LisaMcLean.com, LisaMcLean.com. Go support, go fight her, keep her in Congress. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Oh, your hands are cold, aren't you? I felt bad when she was holding this cold microphone. I thought, oh my goodness. Thank you. Be careful going off over there. She's a fighter, and that's what we need in Congress. And you know, if we had a Congress full of the Matt Gaetz, the Jim Jordans, the Lisa McLean, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, if we had a Congress full of those fighters, and there's others, don't get me wrong, there's a lot. Think how much we can get done. But we have a lot of Republicans that simply don't want to fight. For whatever reason, they don't want to fight.
Well, and I think that, you know, the way that, unfortunately, everything that went on with Speaker McCarthy, we're too busy just like stirring things up within our own party.
I agree.
Then focusing on getting things done, and I think a lot of it is because probably a lot of members of the House feel like they're not. Everything's going to get killed in the Senate when it gets there that they can pass, and so I think there's a lot of frustration among members right now, if I were to guess. But you know, they still have to keep fighting and doing their job when they go there, when they go to D.C. and represent their constituents.
Yeah, you got to keep fighting no matter, you know, like, is it likely that it'll go past the Senate? No, the impeachment, but you still got to do it. You still got to fight.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I keep saying with the Mayorkas impeachment is that you can't let it end there. Mayorkas is a cabinet secretary. He is getting his instruction from the White House, from the Oval Office. And so if you can go as far to impeaching him, who is he getting his direction from? Who's telling him what to do? Who's telling him to do these things that are upsetting the American people so much? I mean, it's not coming from him. I'm sure some of the policies are recommended up to the White House from his agency, but those are things that he's responsible for, but he's getting his marching orders from the commander-in-chief. And so you really need to make sure that we don't stop talking about who is giving those actions and who's directing him, because that border, the second that Joe Biden took office, he called it a non-issue. He bumped it down to Kamala Harris. She did nothing about it. He wanted her to take over the issue because he didn't want to deal with it. She never went there.
Nope. Well, she went to El Paso, but that's not where
after how many cries for her to go down there?
I think it was a year or so. I think it was over a year.
For her to get down there. So fine, she goes down there, she gives a speech, and she leaves.
And she leaves. All right, let's step aside and show the crowd here real quick where we are live here in Waterford, Michigan, just outside Detroit. Beautiful area. I got to say, it's talking to a lot of the people, supporters here in line, it's very much a Trump country. But we all have our duty to keep fighting for the president. I do want to talk about Joe Biden here in a second and talk about some of the reasons why I think that this I'll go through my notes. Why this impeachment doesn't stop at Mayorkas, it goes straight to that.
Right.
But first, let's talk about this contagion kit. This is a great wellness kit that I highly suggest you buy. You put in your home, you put in your office, and it's a great way to stay safe in case another pandemic happens, and we kind of know that we are always on the verge of another outbreak of something. So please pick this up. Dr. Peter McAuliffe, his experts have done an amazing job putting this together. It's got all of the things that you absolutely need to fight the next outbreak. Z-Pack, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, it's all there. A contagion emergency kit, go check it out right now. The information is on your screen. Could be one of the most important things you add to your house right now. We've got a lot of fun things we partner up on this network to promote, but I got to say, this is something special. Go check it out. The Wellness Contagion Emergency Kit. Pick it up today. We're glad you're joining us on this Saturday afternoon here in Michigan. And, of course, today was day one of the early voting in person, with the primary coming up on February 27th, so about 10 days from now. Now, this is for the most part, we've had Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, and then, of course, South Carolina's on 24th, but then you have the election moving over to Michigan on the 27th. We'll go over some of the reasons why Joe Biden is unfit to be president of the United States, and we can go over some of the reasons why, because there are several reasons why Joe Biden is unfit to serve office. And we talked about the Mayorkas impeachment, and he's just getting his orders. We'll walk back in here. He's just gotten his orders from Joe Biden. That's what he has done. And so if you started thinking about what's the next step for House Republicans, and what's the next step for the Republican Party, and mind you, none of these impeachments have anything to do with President Trump. They are not retribution for what's happened to President Trump. This is clearly having some type of accountability for breaking the law. That's what this is about. This is about the Biden crime family. This is not about, well, if he did this to Trump, now we're going to do this to you. And I think it's important to clear that up, because a lot of Democrats like to say that this is just a reaction to what they have done to President Trump. And I say to you, that's a bunch of crap. Joe Biden has been tangled up in this web of lies and deceitfulness with these LLCs and his son's
shell companies. This is all long before any type of legal action towards President Trump. So let's talk about Joe Biden for a second. Okay. I mean, Joe Biden, first of all, the passing of his son was absolutely terrible, Bo. But the fact is that Bo, he was very sick, and that family hid his sickness from his constituents in Delaware for over a year, and they let him continue to hold his seat when he could not carry out his responsibilities. So I start with that because I think that's very important to show that this family is willing to go to great lengths in order to hold on to power.
Yeah, but why do you think that is? Do you think there's people that they have enriched the lives of so many other people through their corrupt and reckless relationships with foreign companies? Like, in other words, there's people behind that have benefited from this corruptness. I really feel like that's why people keep him up front, because they need him to protect or continue those relationships.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, when he was vice president, he let President Obama take the reins, and Obama turned his back to whatever Joe was doing behind the scenes. And they knew he was the perfect candidate to go up there and parrot whatever they needed, and wasn't going to say anything as long as everybody turned their backs to whatever he was going to be doing with his family with Hunter, but then unfortunately Hunter's been exposed top to bottom, starting with the laptop, thank goodness. And I mean, the rest, you go from there. You've got Hunter's laptop then, and they blamed that as...
But remember, we have 51 intelligence agencies telling us
Yep.
that laptop was just Russia misinformation, that it
Yep,
never
that's
existed. Catherine, think about that for a
and
second.
think how many
They put their
times
name on
Joe
that, by the way.
Biden lied on the debate stage.
Thank you.
Lied on the debate stage, telling the American people that is not his son's laptop.
Yeah.
And now it is, and it's crickets. You don't hear anything.
Okay, but like, where's the apology from the mainstream media about this? And then we'll get into the Russia in just a second. But, you know, all of these lies that have been told for years to the American people, the laptop didn't exist. 51 intelligence officers put their name on that. Adam Schiff was one of them.
Yep.
Well, a lot of Democrats were one of them. But to come to know that they willingly, in my opinion, they knew it was true, but they had to convince the American people that it was not true.
Because they can cover it up. The media covers for them so often. Most of them parrot the talking points of the left, of the Biden administration or the Biden campaign now. And as long as they keep talking about Trump this, Trump that, they don't have to focus at all on what's going on within the Biden White House. And they make up for the fact that the guy, he can't go out and do a press gaggle.
No.
And answer simple questions that the American people have. And then you've got his press secretary that goes out and tells people the vaccine worked. We can have, the schools can change the little boys into little girls, and it's going to be okay. And we're going to do all, men can have babies. And it's like, the American people are not stupid to what you are doing. And it's insulting that you put this woman on the stand every day to give us our information, and she can barely answer a question. She just wants to say the vaccine worked. It was safe and effective, and it worked, and you still have people dying.
And that is just one of 1,000 things. Pause that thought. Let's talk about, okay, this is great. There's a book, freetrumpbook.com. It's a book that talks about all the accomplishments of President Trump, talks about all the things that he did. Do you think the schools are going to talk about that?
Oh, no.
No. Do you think the University of TikTok is going to talk about that? No, they're not. But I tell you what, this book, the website's freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com, and you got to pick it up because it will in a way talk about the accomplishments of President Trump. Former Governor Mike Huckabee of Arkansas kind of put this book together. It's easy to read. It's got some great illustrations. You got to pay a slight shipping and handling fee on this, but it is an excellent way. freetrumpbook.com. Let's step away and show the crowd real quick as we make our way into a very cold night here. It's a beautiful night here. But as Lisa McLean said earlier, it doesn't matter how cold it is. Look, this is Michigan. They want to come and they love President Trump.
This is nothing. We're not in negative degrees yet. They'll be out here. They're used to cloudy, snowy weather. It's sunny out today, and folks are in really good spirits.
All right, let's talk about the DOJ's double standard in terms of pursuing criminal charges against Joe Biden in light of clear breach of law. I've got some notes here I want to read off of real quickly because it's one of the things I think we need to talk about. I mean, obviously, they impeached President Trump over a phone call. A perfect phone call at that with Zelensky.
And little did he know he was hitting a nerve.
Yes, he was hitting a nerve. And Victor Shokin, that was basically the prosecutor there that was going after all of the corruption with Burisma. Little did the American people know that President Trump was over the target. He knew exactly what was going on, but that's when they started with all of the lies, and that's where it started. And so the fact that the Department of Justice has turned a blind eye at what Joe Biden and this racket, I wouldn't say racketeering, but it is money laundering, if you will. These shell companies, these LLC companies that are formed, they funnel money through them, they go to family members, and then they dissolve them.
There's one that even goes to a granddaughter.
I think about 12 Biden family members were receiving money. I don't know if that's normal in your world, that your family members get to benefit from foreign money coming in.
Right.
It's not in my family. It's not your family, I would only imagine.
But I think the double standard here with the DOJ is that Biden's classified documents date back to his time when he was a sitting senator, Brian. A sitting senator. And then vice president. So the president, he's able to unclassify documents. All he has to do is say, this document's unclassified, we're going to put it over here.
Right.
In order to take a document that's classified as a senator, you have to go in, you have to take the document. I'm assuming there's a sign-out process of said document, if even that, and then that document is to be returned. So he knowingly took a document that he shouldn't have had. He's not the president. He wasn't even the vice president at the time. So I think that is where the big issue is those documents that he had that were from his time as a sitting senator.
And what's interesting here is that President Biden was quick to condemn former President Trump at the time for repeatedly stating that taking classified documents to the White House is irresponsible, when every president has that ability. But he was quickly, but see, it's an information war, because what happens is he will say something like this and say that it was irresponsible for President Trump to take classified documents from the White House when he is entitled to do such that.
Yes.
And so it makes makes many that are ill-informed and misinformed to think that was something that President Trump broke the law, and that's not the case.
Right.
So there's a lie number one, or one of many lies, actually.
And Joe Biden took the documents from his time as vice president and sitting senator and read them off to reporters. I mean, he was negligent with those documents. Those documents had not been unclassified. I also think there is something to say about the classification system in the DOJ at large, and probably within the other agencies. All it takes is for one special agent to go in and look at an email and say, I don't know, we're just going to put this as top secret.
Yeah.
So I do think that it's a little bit of a loose system on how those documents are classified. But with that being said, there is a responsibility of the president and anybody that has access to those to make sure they don't get out if there is actually sensitive information on them. In the case of President Trump, you know, he had the ability. He was the president. He is the one that can take that classification back. Biden didn't have that ability. And so that's why I think that they put that the piece about his mental health in that special counsel report is because it allowed an out. But I also think that I was listening to Megyn Kelly earlier, and she said, you know, is the reason that they let that out in the special counsel report and let it get that far to talking about his mental health, is there a little bit of staff kind of rising up against Joe Biden right now internally? Because a year ago or 2 years ago, I don't think that we would have seen this happen.
That's a great point. All right, we're going to go to a commercial break here in just a second. But before we do, I want to remind you, if you want to get your financial security in place before the uncertainty happens of 2025, go to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Simply text the words Trump to 989898. Find out ways that you can convert a traditional IRA into a gold-backed IRA. They'll tell you how to save money on that. It's not going to cost you any money, can save you a lot of anxiety and uncertainty about the future. So check it out. Our friends over the Birch Gold Group says text the words Trump to 989898. That's our friends over the Birch Gold Group. All right, quick commercial timeout. Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn, as we are live in Waterford, Michigan for President Trump's schedule to take the stage at 7 p.m. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids Magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
All right, back out here live, Waterford, Michigan. Catherine Cipher with me as well as we work our way into the pre-show here in Michigan. I know that we have a program that's going to start, I think, around 5:30 local time. So we got some speakers to come on here shortly. But before we do that, I want to talk about this great Trump collector card. It's a mugshot card. Now, that's the most iconic mugshot in history. And I remember I was in the motorcade going to the jail with President Trump there, and when he got the mugshot, and that was one of the biggest questions: is what was that mugshot going to look like?
I know. I actually think I was with you that day. We were wondering, is there going to be a thumbs up in it? What is he going to do? And I think, as always, he nailed it. It's not something to joke about, but he actually. That mugshot is now iconic.
It is iconic.
It's on T-shirts. It's everywhere. But really, you can see kind of the frustration that he has, and you can tell what's happening and how upset he is, and just the seriousness of the situation.
Yeah. So you can pick up this collectible card of the mugshot. There's a limited number, I believe, of these things, so make sure you get your hands on that. The information is on your screen. It is the most iconic mugshot in political history for sure. But it's something that reminds you of this time in history. That's what's going to remind you of. And I am so fortunate. Let me tell you something. I praise Jesus every day that I get to do what I do right now for this, because there is nothing I'd rather be covering right now than this historical time in our nation's history. And this Trump mugshot card is a part of that. So go check it out. The information is on your screen. Then, after you do that, go check out our newsletter, RSBNetwork.com. You click on the newsletter, you subscribe. It's a great way to not only talk about the things that are happening in this country, like that famous mugshot and this case in New York that we're going to talk about here out in just a second. Go check it out. Go sign up. Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, has done a fantastic job pushing out the articles that are most concerning to you and your family. Summer Lane, Alex Caldwell, they often get their articles shared on Truth Social by President Trump. So we are very grateful that he does that. Go sign up for our newsletter. We won't charge you anything. You're not going to ship your information to China. We're not going to spam you with emails, but we are going to give you the information you need for you and your family to keep up what's going on in our country right now.
Well, I think what I've always said, Brian, is you guys give fair and complete coverage of what's going on within the Trump world.
We try.
And I really look up to you guys for doing that.
Well, I appreciate that. So RSBNetwork.com, RSBNetwork.com. Okay, let's talk about this decision yesterday, and I'm going to do my best to not get upset.
Okay.
I'm going to do my best. I got my hand warmers in my gloves. My toes are still numb. My toes are numb right now. My head's okay because it's on fire right now, because I do not like what happened yesterday. I think it's an injustice. It's a weaponization of our courts. But let's talk about it briefly. I know President Trump made a few remarks at Mar-a-Lago last night. We carried that for you live, but that, I gotta say, out of well, they're all bogus. Every single lawsuit's bogus, but this one here, I've got real estate friends of mine that are sending me messages that just do not understand. They cannot comprehend what just happened.
Well, to start, 80% of the charges when they initially filed were lifted by the appellate court because they were so frivolous. That was just right out of the gates, 80%. So that left the remaining 20, which led us to where we are today.
Yeah.
He's obviously not done fighting. This is going to move up. This case now is going to move up to the appellate court. But I think that the important thing here is just that, I'm going to use his words, this was a witch hunt from the start. You have Letitia James running in the state of New York on I will get Trump. And then you've got one of the most ridiculous politically charged judges leading the case. He didn't have a chance. And this really should be, ultimately, this will drive business owners out of these blue states.
I saw something, continue that thought, because I saw a trend on Twitter that was boycott New York. And I clicked on it to see what it was about. And it was truckers that now are refusing to drive to New York or the city in general because they do not like what's going on.
Yeah. The charge they ended up getting him on is a charge that has never been used in the state courts. Never. There's no victim. There's no damages. There's no complaints on Donald Trump. This was the AG looking for something, searching for something. I mean, the only
the selfie judge that basically was sending pictures up on Instagram of him flexing in the mirror. That judge, right? Okay, I want to make sure I got the right one.
That would be correct.
That would be correct.
And the one person that would be able, or the one entity that would be able to file for damages are the banks. And guess what? The banks sided with him.
They actually testified in his defense.
In his defense.
And they even said, Catherine, that they would do those loans again based upon the information that's provided to them. So once again, the victim in all of this doesn't exist. There is no victim.
The banks made $100 million off of the offer. The state of New York makes $300 million off of the Trump family in taxes. This is absolutely egregious. Donald Trump has every single right in the world to be upset. The American people have every single right in the world to be upset because the way that they charged him and went after him, there is nothing, you can't call it anything other than a witch hunt and a politicization of the DOJ, of the state court system. It's ridiculous.
Well, Catherine, we actually have remarks that he made yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. Let's go ahead and toss that and take a listen to his reaction yesterday when this verdict came out. Listen in.
Thank you very much. It's a very sad day for, in my opinion, the country. A New York State judge just ruled that he's crooked as you can get. And a lot of people expected something like this, but not for the amount. But this is a very dishonest man. This is a man that's been overturned already on this case 4 times. But a crooked New York State judge just ruled that I have to pay a fine of $355 million for having built a perfect company. Great cash, great buildings, great everything. It affects New York. It's mostly talking about New York, where we have a totally corrupt attorney general. She campaigned on the fact that I will get Trump, I will get Trump. Everybody's seen it, the Tisha judge. They've all seen it. Well, we'll be appealing, but more important than that, this is Russia, this is China, this is the same game. It all comes out of the DOJ, it all comes out of Biden. It's a witch hunt against his political opponent, the likes of which our country has never seen before. You see it in third world countries, banana republics, but you don't see it here. So I just want to say this. You build a great company. There was no fraud. The banks all got their money, 100%. They love Trump. They testified that Trump is great customer, one of our best customers. They testified beautifully. And the judge knows that. He's just a corrupt person. And we knew that from the beginning. We knew it right from the beginning because he wouldn't give it to the commercial division. This judge thought Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million and it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times that amount. So we realized that. He ruled against me before he even got the case. He ruled against me, said I was guilty. He didn't know what I was guilty of before he even got the case. And with Tisha James, that's another case altogether. She's a horribly corrupt attorney general, and it's all having to do with election interference. There were no victims, because the banks made a lot of money. They made $100 million. And by the way, I paid approximately $300 million in taxes as the migrants come in and they take over New York. I paid over this period of years over $300 million in taxes. And they want me out. Well, let's see if we can get them out. These are radical left Democrats. They're lunatics. And it's election interference. So I just want to thank you for being here. We'll appeal. We'll be successful, I think, because, frankly, if we're not successful, New York State is gone. People are moving out of New York State. And because of this, they're going to move out at a much faster rate. They used a statute. It's a consumer fraud statute that's never been used for a thing like this before. They used it on me because I'm running for president. I'm beating Biden by a lot. We're beating not only the Republicans, we're beating Biden by a lot. The poll came out today, we're up 20 points on Biden. If I weren't running, none of this stuff would have ever happened. None of these lawsuits would have ever happened. Nothing would, I would have had a nice life. But I enjoy this life for a different reason. We're going to make America great again. These are corrupt people. These are people that shouldn't be allowed to do the things they do. And they're using this as weaponization against a political opponent who's up a lot in the polls and always will be, because I'm competing with a man who can't put 2 sentences together, who doesn't know what he's doing. And we're heading into a third world war because of this guy. We have to win this election. They're doing everything possible to step it away, but we're not going to stand for it. So thank you very much. We will get back to work. It's a ridiculous award. A fine of $355 million for doing a perfect job, for having paid back a loan with no defaults, with no problems. The banks were totally, at the trial, they respected people anywhere in the country for doing this kind of thing. Expert wisdom. He said, this is one of the greatest financial statements I have ever witnessed before. And he talked about even the detail. So my numbers actually were extremely conservative. They saw this, so what the judge did is he brought down certain values like Mar-a-Lago, made it ridiculous, but the expert, after having all of this, testifies one of the best financial statements he's ever seen. And I was honored by that. But I also knew we have a corrupt judge, he's not a respected man, and again, I said before, he's been overturned on this case by the appellate division 4 times already. It's a record. Nobody's ever been overturned on one case 4 times. And I think very importantly, and I think ultimately the most important, we've employed tens of thousands of people in New York, and we pay taxes like few other people have ever paid in New York, and they don't care about that. It's a state that's going bust. It's a state that's going bust because everybody's leaving. And it's all headed up by Biden, who's destroying our country. So this is Russia, this is China, this is what you've been reading about all your lives, and it's happening right here in our country. Thank you very much. We will stop it. We will make America great again. You have my word. Thank you very much.
President Trump, sell any of the assets to pay for this verdict? Do you plan to sell anything?
And Catherine will go ahead and come back in. The president clearly upset about that judgment, and I think that by looking on social media, America is not happy about that judgment.
Well, of course, especially when then you also look down in Georgia and you have Fani Willis just making a complete mockery out of everything that she's doing, or has done rather, and trying to distract everyone and say, no, but let's not forget, I'm not the one on trial here. So you're sitting there on the bench. You certainly are.
Yeah.
And your job is at risk now. And if there is any piece of you that believes what you're doing is real, then you threw that all out the window because you couldn't help yourself, and you paid your boyfriend exorbitant amounts of money and paid your mom double what you were paying your employees.
Wasn't that like a Hollywood movie script the other day when she took the stand and she said she ran down because obviously she was the next witness. Obviously she was the next person that they were going to call on. So she voluntarily came down. It looked like in a rush, kind of disheveled, and did that. But let's get to that in just a second. Let's wrap up New York real quickly. So the judgment was, I've seen different amounts depending on if they talk about individually from Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. And President Trump and the businesses. Was it like 353 million plus, I think is what it was?
Yeah, 350.
350 plus 3 years cannot do business in New York. And they've tied that to even a financial institution if it has connections to the state of New York. He's not allowed to do any interaction with them as well. People see right through this. They absolutely see through this. This is the biggest pile of smoking hot dog poop I've ever seen in my life. And I don't know how anywhere to best describe it other than that, because if you look at the numbers alone, there is absolutely zero proof, examples, evidence, reasons why this judgment should have ever been issued by the judge.
I think Trump said it best yesterday. He said, this is what you see in a banana republic. You have people coming after their political opponents through weaponization of the government. You know, I look back at our time when I was in the White House with President Trump, and I remember, it was January of 2017, and I wanted to go after Hillary. I was out for blood. The way that she talked to members of Congress and the American people about wiping a server, it was disgusting to me. We're not stupid. And, President Trump stood up as a leader and said, no, it's been exposed, we're moving on. And that was really upsetting to me, but I understood it. But now seeing this and seeing the way that the left is not doing that, I think that absolutely, if you do something criminal, you should be charged for it. But the way that they're weaponizing this state courts in New York just to get Trump, Letitia James ran on getting him. She was willing to do anything to get him. And that's where we are today, and it's really disgusting.
Okay, let's talk about Fannie for just a second. And she loved to say that, you act like I'm the one on trial. I'm not the one on trial. They're the one on trial for trying to steal an election and holding up all these briefings and things like that.
Well, and her dad made it about race, and that we didn't understand because they're black, and that is.
And then the fact that, and then it kind of for a long period of time, that conversation shifted to how much cash should one keep at home. And she said, well, if you talk to my dad and don't tell him that I said this, but I didn't always do that, he always told me to keep a bunch of cash at the house. If you go on a date for the first time with a guy, keep a bunch of cash on you. You might need to pay for yourself and get out of there. This became almost a stand-up daytime drama is what this ended up being.
Well, and it's the left, it's the typical left scapegoat of victim, 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 victim. If you cry victim and that people are being racist towards you and your culture, then everybody's just going to walk away because they don't want to get canceled. They don't want people thinking they're racist. And that's not going to work this time because this has nothing to do with race. It's how this was carried out. There are certain protections and there are certain things that are in the legal system that are in place for a reason, and she is completely disregarding them because it's about a political motive.
It is about a political motive, and it just became apparent that all of these cases are put together by these rogue prosecutors, and these rogue judges sit on them, and they're based on nothing. So they're kind of easy to take down if you can pick them apart. And this case in Georgia has fallen apart quicker than than most people thought it would. Yeah. And she thought she was doing herself a service on the stand. Look, she admitted on camera, under oath, that she had used money that was left over from her campaign. Well, the last time I checked, you can't do that. That is a violation of campaign finance. But she openly talked about that. So not only is this case falling apart, I think she's going to have a separate set of issues on her hand if she keeps running that mouth.
Because rules for the people that are on the side of opposing Trump do not apply.
Correct.
They do not apply because these people are so heavily woven together. They will not let any one of them fall because they all together have that Trump derangement syndrome that allows them to just get away with anything that they want to. Yeah. And the American people are seeing right through it. And I'm so happy that this is going down the way that it is right now in Georgia.
Yeah. As well as I also saw some people on social media that was offering to have like these GoFundMe pages because people are angry. Like business owners are saying, look, if you ever decide to get into politics and your political opponent for whatever reason doesn't agree with you, then you could be almost, close to bankruptcy, that they can try to bankrupt you to get you out of politics and to silence your political opinion. This is something that China does. This is something that third world countries do. This is not what the United States does. So my message has always been, if Joe Biden, if he thinks and the Democrats think they have these millions and millions of votes and that America hates President Trump, then show your ass up in November and beat him at the ballot box instead of trying to take him out at the courts. And I know I get angry about it, but if these people don't wake up, people that aren't politically motivated, if you don't wake up and understand what's going on, I don't care if you take President Trump's name out of it, put somebody else in there. They're going to do the same thing. It doesn't matter.
Nikki Haley or DeSantis, if anybody thinks that this is going to go away post-Trump, you are extremely wrong and you are extremely misguided because when Trump's gone, it's going to be you. And I hope that you get better support from your colleagues than what he's getting right now. Now, I know that there's a lot of folks out there that are coming around and supporting him, but I think that we could see a lot more support from those types right now.
All right, pause that. Let's talk about the Wellness Contagion Kit. Now, one of the worst things that happened in 2020, without a doubt, was the stolen election. But also, this COVID thing crippled a country and really got us down a path of I think, human suffering that we've never seen before. So the next time a pandemic happens, you want to make sure you have what it takes to fight that. Dr. Peter McAuliffe has developed this Wellness Contagion Emergency Kit. It's probably one of the most crucial things that we offer up on this network, and it can save your life. Keep one at your home, keep one in your office, send it to one of your family members. It's got a Z-Pack in there. It's got ivermectin. It can treat a wide range of illnesses. It's right there. It's easy. You don't have to worry about trying to find a doctor to help you. You've already got it. So if you travel, keep it with you. I take hydroxychloroquine once a week. I take a pill once a week because I want to make sure that I'm safe. So order the Contagion Kit right now. Information for that is on your screen. The Wellness Contagion Emergency Kit. It could possibly save your life. I love this thing, and I really encourage people. We start talking about, what's going to happen before the election. I just know something's going to happen. Something's going to be disruptive, which I do think. And once again, we're going to go down these rabbit holes of how are they going to stop President Trump? They can't stop him at the ballot box. He's going to get beat. They can't stop him in the courts because he's going to beat all this stuff. So what are they going to do? Well, some people have said, well, you know what? Maybe there might be another pandemic come pop up. Who knows? Who knows? But I do think they want to disrupt what is comfortable in our society. They want to make it where you're scared to leave the house for whatever reason. I do think I really honestly do. I think they're so desperate because they know that the support for Biden and for Democrats is not there. So they have to find some other way to trip up voters.
Well, and I think you and I were talking about it earlier. I mean, I get asked all the time, is there going to be another civil war? What's going to happen internally? And the way that I see it is what you're going to start seeing pop up is there's going to be red states and there's going to be blue states. And the people that align with the more conservative principles and values and policies, they're going to end up in states like Florida and Texas and South Carolina. And the blue states, they're for DEI and for vaccinating children and for
transgender surgeries and erasing our country's history and talk about how racist and horrible they are.
They can congregate together, and we'll congregate together, and we'll see.
But it's interesting. It's interesting that you say that because I do agree with you on that. If this election does not put President Trump back in office, and we will see a double down on all of the issues that they are trying to push right now. I think we're going to see a double down on everything. But here's my concern about that. There are good people, and I got some viewer feedback on this, and that's the only reason I'm saying this right now because I know they're probably watching. I got some viewer feedback. There's some good people that live in California, and they're like, Brian, we can't just pack up and leave California. We got medical reasons, job reasons, whatever the case may be, and it makes me think for a second. We need patriots to stay in these blue states and fight, but I get it. If it's a losing cause, and there's not enough of you to beat what's there. How can you live and how can you remain in these states? I wonder if we're getting ready for some speakers. I don't get a quick check of the time here in a second, but the music had just paused and it made me think about that. But I think we are headed to some type of national divorce. I know that Marjorie Taylor Greene said this a year and a half ago, and people freaked out when she said it. And maybe divorce wasn't the right term for this, but I do think there's some type of separation in states that states like Texas, Florida, and other red states may say, hang on a second, what I'm seeing on the federal level is actually violating us and our rights on a state level. So therefore, I kind of want to break up here. I kind of do want to separate and have red states, blue states, and if you're for self-defense and your Second Amendment, then maybe you might want to move to Texas. if you're against that and you feel like the criminals should have the guns and you shouldn't, then go to California or New York.
Well, look, I have sympathy. Oh, here we
There we go.
Father Patrick Seto from St. Joseph's Colladine Catholic Church to lead us in today's invocation.
Please rise if you wish for prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. God our Father, we come before you as one nation tonight to thank you for the gift of this country, to thank you for the values and freedoms that this country was founded upon, the gift of life, the sanctity of marriage and family, the freedom of religion, and the ability to immigrate and become citizens of this great country. We ask you, Heavenly Father, to protect these values and the rights preserved in our Constitution, which is the foundation of this nation. Lord, we need these values in order for our country to flourish and for the protection of our children, the future and well-being of every person living in this country. We ask in a powerful way for your mighty hand to be upon this upcoming election, that your holy will would not be hindered in any way, and that the forces of evil would not prevail against this nation. May your spirit rest upon all of our nation's leaders, especially President Trump. Holy Spirit, we ask that you would fill our leaders with your grace and instill in them the gifts of holy judgment, fear of the Lord, wisdom, knowledge, compassion, and courage. We ask that you especially bless President Donald Trump and give him the strength to remain faithful to your will for this country and to overcome all obstacles that he may face in this time. May your kingdom come and your will be done as we surrender this country into your hands through this holy prayer. We ask this in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ. God bless this country now and for all time. Amen. And may Almighty God bless us all, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Amen. Let's make America great again. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage veteran and educator Dwight Fields to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Brooke Posey to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets of red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage retired auto worker Brian Panabecker.
All right, have we got any auto workers in the crowd tonight? Oh, okay, we got a few. All right, glad to see you guys here. Well, the main reason we're here, of course, is to see the president. He'll be touching down in a few minutes. But before that, I want to remind everybody, today is the first day of the presidential primary election. Everybody in this room can go vote at their local city or township office. And all you got to do is show up in person and have your ID, and you can vote. So tomorrow, Monday, whenever you get out and vote. I went this morning in Harrison Township, where I live, got there at 8 o'clock, and lo and behold, I was the first person to vote. So they gave me this certificate of recognition. I was the first voter under this new law. So it's a new thing. I wanted to remind everybody, make sure you take advantage of it, because we know our opponents are. They've been doing all kinds of things to get people to vote. Sometimes the people are even dead, don't live here anymore, and they still get to vote. So everybody in this room needs to make sure you get out and vote. And I mean, like right away, tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, just do it. But listen, I always tell people when I'm talking about politics and how important it is to vote, that we all have a sphere of influence. We all have people that listen to us. They know we follow politics. Everybody in this room is politically active. They'll listen to you. So you have 10 or 15 people that really value your opinion. You've got to reach out to every single one of those people and tell them how important it is to vote. So I just told you that you can go vote right now, right? So over the next couple days, everybody you talk to, you got to remind them. You can vote early in person now. For the next 10 days, everybody in the state of Michigan can vote early in person. So that's why we're here, a Get Out the Vote rally. You know, you think it doesn't really matter, a few people here or there. That's not true. You know 10 or 15 people. They know 10 or 15 people. All of a sudden, you talk to your 15 people, your sphere of influence. You've affected 1,500 people's opinions because the word gets out. So just do it, all right? Auto workers, all right? Okay. Now I wanted to tell you, my auto career started in 1978. I hired in September of 78, the same month as a guy named Lee Iacocca. Anybody remember him? Okay, he had to save the auto industry. I hired in. About a year later, I got laid off indefinitely. The auto industry is not, guaranteed to last forever. So I got back to work. Eventually, I got recalled. I worked 11 years for Chrysler Corporation, and I took a buyout because Iacocca, to save that country, was downsizing it, eliminating different jobs, shutting some plants down, farming out some work. So I took a buyout, went to school, got my associate's degree. I call it my 10-year degree because it took 10 years for me to get it, and did a couple other things. Then I hired in at Ford Motor Company. I ended up working there for 25 years. Well, while I was there, guess what? Chrysler did go bankrupt. GM went bankrupt. Ford took a $20 billion loan to stay in business. So now we're looking at the third time in my lifetime that the auto industry is on thin ice. Now you think, well, gee, how can they be on thin ice? They just got a great contract. Yeah, they got a great pay and benefits contract. Labor costs went way up. But you know what? You know what Sean Fain did not get for the people he's supposed to represent? Job security. You never heard him talk about it the whole time they were on strike and in negotiations. So he got a short-term sugar high for the auto workers, but 10, 12 years down the road, they're going to be looking at plants moving out of the country, going to Mexico, shifts being eliminated. He really put his workers in jeopardy. So that the media back there, they may think that the UAW supports Joe Biden. I got news for you. They don't. The people in this room The auto workers in this room support Donald J. Trump, and they voted for him in 2016. They voted for him again in 2020, and they're going to vote for him again in 2024. So I want the auto workers in my home county of Macomb County and all across Metro Detroit to get your butts out and vote. Vote early. Tell your friends to vote early. And Donald Trump's going to win this election in November for the third time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage veteran and city councilman Robert Donovic.
Hello, Michigan. Who's ready for Donald J. Trump? Well, it's pretty exciting. I know it's a little cold, but as soon as President Trump walks in this room, it's going to get real hot in here. You know, it's so nice to be here with so many patriots tonight. Looking forward to seeing President Trump here in the state of Michigan. How great is it to have President Trump back in Michigan again? You know, I'm starting to think that President Trump is actually looking for property in Michigan because he wants to move and live in Michigan. It'd be pretty nice to have a Trump Tower right here at home, wouldn't it? Well, folks, people ask me, you're a millennial. Why do you support Donald Trump? Well, folks, my dad is an Albanian immigrant. And like thousands of Albanian immigrants that have come to Michigan and across this country and everyone in this room tonight, my dad, when he came here, he wanted one thing, and that was an opportunity. An opportunity for freedom, an opportunity to work hard and provide a future for his family, an opportunity to come to this country and build something. An opportunity at the American dream. And I know I'm old, I'm 32, I'm starting to get gray hair, but President Donald Trump is the first president in my lifetime that understands the American dream. President Trump's the first president that really has fought for the American dream. He understands the American dream. He understands why so many of us get up every single day and work hard and provide a future for our families. And you know what? President Trump's going to work hard for us, and he's going to be the best president that we can elect this November to make him president again. President Trump understands that small businesses are the backbone of our economy. He understands that all the people in this room tonight and across our country are the backbone of this nation. And he's been fighting for us ever since 2016, and here he is fighting for us again today, and he's going to continue to fight for us when he's our 47th President of the United States of America. So everyone, it's time for us to get to work for President Trump like he's been working for us. We got to get out and vote early. Early voting has started in the state of Michigan, and February 27th is primary day. It's time to tell sleepy Joe Biden to go back home, and it's time for President Trump to get back in office and get to work for us. Because the American dream is good and it's alive, and President Trump is going to fight for it, so now it's time for us to fight for him. Thank you, God bless you, and let's go Trump!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage U.S. Representative Jack Bergman.
Semper Fi. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in the last probably 12 minutes just before right now, I had a great chance to do what every proud American, I think, feels in their heart. Listen to a prayer, listen to the pledge, and listen to our national anthem being sung. Let's give that young lady another round of applause. You know, there's nothing that I think builds confidence in all of us individually and collectively, because I heard you be part of that chorus, because I could hear your voices in the background. That's what makes us, the United States of America, truly the great country that we are. Now, every day, you can read it, you can listen to it multiple times a day. This crisis, that crisis, everything's a crisis. Well, in my background as a Marine and as a commercial airline pilot, I know the difference between crisis and catastrophe. Let me give you an example. You got a crisis if I'm flying along and I lose an engine and I got to land at Detroit Airport and there's a 30-knot crosswind and there's ice on the runway. That's a crisis. It only becomes a catastrophe if I don't successfully land the airplane. So we know the difference between crisis and catastrophe, and why I say that now is because I want you to understand where we are, and in a worst-case scenario, to keep Joe Biden in the basement of the White House. You know, that will become a catastrophe. It's already heading down that road. Right now, we have several self-induced crises going on right now. Crises of our own making, crises of a lack of leadership in this administration. The southern border crisis, 8.5 million illegal crossings during the last 3.5 years. That's 7 times the population of Oakland County, to give you an example. Inflammation. Well, it sounds like it good. How about inflation? We won't make it inflammation today. But you know, it could be that because there's some warts growing on that. Families are still hurting. No matter how you cut it, inflation has cut into our ability to feed our families, to do the things we do. That's a crisis. Washington has a spending crisis. They can't stop spending money. Global crisis. Iran, China, Russia, other non-nation state actors, they don't respect the United States right now, and they're going to do what they continue to do because we on the global stage have become to be viewed as not the leader of the free world. That's not an option. Well, guess what? I've stated the issues. You know the issues. So what do? We elect Donald Trump. Because he proved in his first term that he could lead. He would hold others accountable, not only in our country, but across the world. He would make people understand that they all had a role and a responsibility in making our country great again. And that's one of the key elements that why our country today and in the future needs a leader in the White House like Donald Trump. You're going to make the difference because, as I heard a couple other people just before me say, get out and vote. We need to get out and vote. And that doesn't mean waiting till Election Day. That's early voting. Use it. Bring 10, bring 15, bring the people from your church, bring the people, you know, from your coffee group, your card group, your whatever it is you're involved with. We need every vote, and we need to vote now. Get it done, make the effort, and then help others come and help Donald Trump become the 47th president of the United States. God bless you all. God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage U.S. Representative Lisa McClain.
I play pretty big right now, don't I? Hey, well, thank y'all for being here today. What do you think? How many people do you think we got here today? 2,000? 5,000? We still got a line outside? Hey, let me tell you something. No matter what the media says, we got a whole lot of people waiting in line in the freezing cold here to see the next president of the United States, and that's Donald J. Trump. That's what I'm talking about. But before I get rolling, and Lord knows I'm going to roll today, I can feel it. I want to say thank you to the volunteers who stood out there since 9 o'clock this morning. Thank you to all of you for standing out there in the freezing cold for one reason, and that's to take this country back. And one guy's going to do it. Listen, I know we're excited to see President Trump, and I am too. And I'm with you, because we have a primary in the next 10 days, and he is going to win the primary. For those of you who don't know, I am Lisa McClain, and I represent Michigan's 9th Congressional District, and I'll tell you, it is my honor to serve. I'm also proud to be an America First Republican, and I know all of you are as well. Now, last time President Trump was here, he came to Michigan. Myself and the entire Michigan delegation endorsed him, 100%. And since then, President Trump has won the Iowa caucus, the New Hampshire and the Nevada primaries, and is 7 days away from winning South Carolina from Haley Stevens. And might I add, that's her home state. And he's going to crush it. Now, these are major victories, not only for Donald Trump, but they are major victories for all of us. Because I can tell you firsthand, we are in the battle for the future of our free country. The freedoms we know and love are clearly under attack. And right now, as we stand here or sit here, right, Joe Biden and the Michigan Democratic Party are working overtime to keep Donald Trump off your ballot. He is. They want to take your rights away to freely choose who the next president of the United States is going to be. And they're trying to take your rights away on who you're going to vote for, which I find that very ironic from a party that loves choice, right? I'm the party of choice, yet I want to take all your choices away. Story got away from me. You gotta bear with me. Now, not only do the Democrats want to take your right to vote away, they want to take your First Amendment right away as well. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you. Their party platform is a party of censorship. They don't want you to say that a biological woman is actually a biological woman. They don't want you to say that the border is Biden's fault. And they really don't want you to say that Joe Biden is unfit to be president. In fact, just a special counsel the other day said, President Biden's not fit to stand trial. Well, I'm going to ask this. If President Biden isn't fit to stand trial, how in God's name is he fit to be the commander-in-chief of this great nation? But let's look beyond Joe Biden's mental capacity for just 1 second. It's the very policies he has championed that are the ones that are ruining this country. Inflation is still at an all-time high, thanks to Bidenomics. The southern border is wide open because of his radical immigration policies. And wars are raging across this world because he has shown weakness rather than strength. But worst of all, Joe Biden has sold the soul of America. And he has sold the soul of America to the Chinese Communist Party. Let me be clear. China is not our friend. China is coming after us educationally, economically, and militarily. Look for 1 minute. Look at TikTok, which ironically the Biden campaign just joined. TikTok is a spyware company that the CCP uses to track and manipulate Americans. And their presidential campaign just subscribes to that. Republicans are against it. In fact, I've passed a bill to kneecap these policies for good. But Joe Biden and the Democrats can't get enough of China. And how convenient is that? Let's look at the Chinese energy policy for a moment. Under President Trump, we were energy independent. We didn't rely on anybody. Now America is energy dependent. Joe Biden has turned to China to fill our energy needs. Listen, America has massive amounts of energy that we can produce and use for ourselves. But we constantly rely on Chinese energy to power our lives, especially our cars. And this one gets under my skin a little bit. To all of you UAW workers out there, thank you. But to all of you who are here today and who are listening at home, I have one question for you. And I want you to really ask yourself this. Do you really think Joe Biden cares about your jobs? I agree. Because the evidence would show he doesn't care about your jobs. He may be sleeping. He may pay lip service when you're up for a new contract. But with his energy policies, I'm going to share with you, if he continues on this green new energy policy, you will be out of a job. Biden wants to mandate, I love that word, mandate, from the party of choice, remember? He wants to mandate that by 2030, 70% of all vehicles must be electric. That makes a lot of sense. Think about that. If you're an auto worker, it takes less parts to build an EV, which means less jobs. If Biden gets his way, you will be out of your job very, very soon. All of this is because Biden wants green energy. Agreed. Which means relying on our adversaries. It makes a lot of sense, right, to rely on China. Well, it makes a lot of sense if your last name's Biden and you've taken a ton of Chinese money. Sure makes sense, right? I'm with you. Brother Joe's got to go. And we're going to make him go. Let's fire Biden. Exactly. But let's not forget about Chinese manipulation right here in our state of Michigan. The Goshen battery facility near Big Rapids is a pawn that is controlled by the CCP. Its aim is to infiltrate our state, our economy, and our government. And they're doing it because Joe Biden and Michigan Democrats have opened their arms to communist Beijing. It's beyond sickening, and it will undermine our state for generations to come. Fire Gretchen Whitmer, might as well. I got to share with you, that warms my heart a little bit. Lock her up. I feel a lot of fire in this room right now. Listen, our great American experiment was born in brilliant minds filled with patriotism. And those patriots created our Declaration of Independence and Constitution. Today, everything we love about the American Republic is still embodied in those two. God bless it, brother. Can I get an amen? And protecting and upholding the Constitution is what we're fighting for. We are fighting to defend our constitutional rights, our constitutional rights. And we are fighting for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we are fighting for a man who loves and believes these ideas. This coming election is the most important election of our lifetime. I ask you this. Do we want 4 more years of Sleepy Joe? Or would we rather have 4 more years of American glory with Donald J. Trump? Woo! Imagine when people actually love this country and put this country first. Under Donald Trump, I miss a lot of things. I remember when gas was under $2 a gallon. You guys remember that? I remember when it was safe to walk the streets in my community. I miss when we didn't have these wars around the world. That's my next line. And I remember when we didn't have to worry about men changing in girls' locker rooms. This election, we have a chance to take back our freedoms. Because I can tell you, when we elect Donald J. Trump, China will be under control. And when we elect Donald Trump, our economy will be better than ever. And when we elect our next president, Donald J. Trump, that southern border will be secured. It is time to take our country back and get it back on track. And it is time to make America great again. God bless you. And God bless America.
Speakers Lisa McLean, who previously joined us a little bit before she came on, giving her remarks. I originally thought this was her district. Her district's just outside where we are at right now, but as you can see, we've got thousands inside this airport hangar here in Waterford, Michigan. So glad you're joining us. Brian Glenn here, and Catherine Cipher will join me here in a little bit as we make our way into President Trump. Plan on having a speech here at 7 p.m. here local time, so just a little bit, about an hour away from that. Talked about some auto workers here in this area. We had one talk previously, earlier in this speech, and how important it is to keep these jobs here in America. And of course, that has been something that President Trump focused on quite a bit, is bringing production, bringing jobs, American jobs, keeping them here and preventing those from simply going overseas, not only down to Mexico, but overseas as well, and a lot of production being shifted over to China for various reasons. So, you know, when you look at about what is an American first agenda, it simply means just that, keeping jobs, keeping resources, keeping production here in this country, and putting this country first, and not putting every other country first. That is in relation to production on jobs, manufacturing, auto manufacturing, big part of the economy here in Michigan. And of course, this push to a Green New Deal only pushes away some of those jobs. Catherine Cipher joining me here on this pregame show. You were walking around, you sent me a text message that said you will not believe the line to get in here still is on.
I mean, I don't know. We might They might fill this to the brim. They might. I don't know what they're going to do, but I would say there's probably 1,000 people in line out there.
Still.
Did you get the video I sent you?
I did not get the video. I have not checked my phone yet.
Crazy.
I'll check that in the break. But it is amazing just how many people are still trying to get in this facility.
Oh yeah, I mean.
No, it's not. I take it back. I'm not surprised because people are upset.
Walking out there, just seeing. I mean, the line is longer than what we walked through earlier this morning. It's going all the way down that.
You know, it is actually. Nothing surprises me anymore. And let me tell you why. The American people are fed up with what's going on in this country, and they're angry. Before they, in 2016, they were very like, okay, let's see what this Make America Great Again plan, America First policy, really looks like. And I think we saw what it looked like in 2016 for the second half of his administration, because we had a bunch of people in place in the very beginning that were not on board on the America First policy. Okay, so we got a chance of what it looked like halfway through his administration. Then in 2020, we thought going into it, okay, let's continue these policies because America's on top. We're dominating energy crisis, energy independence. We're energy independent rather than we're not buying oil from our enemies overseas. We'll get into that here in a few minutes. And then we've seen what the last 4 years have been. So the energy in this crowd and energies that I've seen throughout these rallies is something like I've never seen before. I did not see this level of enthusiasm from the base as I did going into the 2020 election. I have not seen it. These people want change, Catherine. They want it now.
Yeah, and I think that they've got a record to go off of now, and
right.
they know the difference in the way that it feels, and they're sick of being lied to by the current White House and being told no, the gas prices really aren't that high, and it actually is cheaper to feed your family on Thanksgiving, and the people are not stupid, and we're tired of being talked at, talked at like we're stupid.
Isn't it something you said that? Because I noticed the other day that a couple weeks ago that Joe Biden is trying to convince the American people that your life is not that bad. It's not that bad, even though insurance rates are 20% higher. Although food is across the board at least 20% higher. Although mortgage rates are double than it was under President Trump. Although gas prices are almost 30 to 40% higher at minimal than it was when President Trump was in office. They're trying to convince you, Catherine, that your life is not that bad, that Bidenomics works.
Yeah. And the man lacks zero empathy. He cries for empathy for himself all the time. How many times have you been lied to about how Bo died? In different settings, different scenarios. The only way that he ever has displayed any empathy from my standpoint is when he's reading it off of a teleprompter and then he reads it wrong and says end quote or period or however he ends it. It's so ridiculous. And this is impacting, his policies are impacting people in communities, in your towns, in your subdivisions. Like this has real impact on pocketbooks and whether or not people can take their families on vacation. I was just looking at flights from Michigan back to DC, $360 one way. I'm from Michigan. I've done the flight DC to Michigan for about 8 years now, and I've never seen prices look like that. But then you turn on the TV and Biden's telling you everything's great and that the unemployment numbers are up and the economy's going up. And it's because he started at negative because of COVID, because of the policies.
That's what it is.
The left insisted that we put in place, so all he had to do, there was only up to go.
Right.
We only had up to go, and now I think that we're in neutral, if that. The economy is not doing well. It's not doing better than what it was under Trump, certainly.
And Catherine, remember this: we inserted trillions of dollars. We printed money during COVID. We had to, and of course, even under the Biden administration, we flushed the market with cash. I think it was a false. I'm not a big. I will say this for a second. This whole record that we're seeing in the stock market, what we're seeing on Wall Street is not what the people on Main Street are feeling. Like the average American that's in here that can't pay their bills, that are relying on credit card to pay their bills, that are working 2-3 jobs. And trust me, I meet these people every day. I don't meet the Wall Street elites that none of these policies really affect because their financial play is already in place. I call them the who's ruining this country right now is the affluent, the educated, and bored. That is the leftist playbook. Affluent, educated, and bored. So these policies that they advocate for doesn't necessarily affect them. I look at Main Street America. I look at the real Americans that are suffering, the people who can't simply afford to retire. They've got to work later in life. They wish they could afford to sit back and relax and enjoy their retirement, but they can't, Catherine, because this economy is crushing them.
Yeah, I have some sources that are out there that have they're working, let's just say, closely to the Biden administration and helping them with some of their visits they do around the country. And I guess recently the Joe Biden administration wanted to go into a small town of Pennsylvania and they wanted to visit businesses. And from my sources, I was told that over 80%, 90% of the businesses would not allow him in their shop, in their coffee store, in their boutique, because they're like, this man has done nothing for me, absolutely nothing. So no, he's not welcome to come in here and act like that my success has anything to do with him. And I think that's really interesting, because if that's how people in Pennsylvania are feeling in these towns that they think are friendly, how are these, some of these cities feeling? I even look at how the sanctuary cities are a little bit turning on him. You turn the TV on and you see people from Chicago and New York all turning on their locally elected officials saying, actually, this is not what I thought this was going to be. My kids are being kicked out of schools. My family is not able to just do the simple things that we need to in order to make sure our lives are okay, let alone, the lives of others. It's depleting law enforcement. It's depleting the education system. It's one thing after another, and it's just, when is enough enough? When are we going to stop the bleeding of the border?
Yeah, it's incredible because they said that earlier. It's crisis after crisis after crisis. President Trump, the biggest crisis he had. They love the chaos. The biggest crisis he had really was to kind of clean up after a Obama administration, some of the fiscal policies in the border, and then it was COVID. He had to deal with COVID, which we've never in the history of this country dealt with a pandemic the size of COVID. So that was President Trump's crisis that he had to deal with, and he dealt with it. What we're dealing with now for Biden, it just seems like we have a crisis domestically, we have crisis internationally, we have the crisis internally, we have all of this division that we've never had before, and it's really, really incredible. I want to take a quick break. Trump Force One.
There it is.
Just flew by, and this crowd is fired up. My goodness. Amazing.
I love it.
That is awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome. Wow. I really wish, and I know that we were talking earlier with the Trump, it was just impossible to face this rally the other way. But these people could have seen like the plane packed behind them. Incredible shot. Okay, real quickly, Birch Gold, we've talked about the economy. Make sure that you're on the right side of the economy. Text the words Trump right now to 989898 for your free information kit of how to convert an existing IRA into a gold-backed IRA. And let me tell you something. We don't know what the future is going to hold for this country, but you can protect yourself with the safest investment that is known, and that is gold, silver, and precious metals. Text the words Trump to 989898. That is a Birch Gold Group. Are we tossing to a commercial break? I think we are. When we come back, we'll have more pre-show here for President Trump. He just landed. We'll see what happens. We're live here in Waterford, Michigan. Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn. In a few minutes, we'll come right back.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, tvOS, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
mypillow.com.
All right, Captain Cypher, Brian Glenn back here live in Waterford, Michigan. And before we went to break, I really wish we could have had a shot of that plane coming in because it was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it brings energy to everybody. It's so elegant flying, his plane is so elegant flying through the air. It was awesome.
And it's massive. It's a 757, so close to where we are right now.
For a minute, everybody forgot they were cold.
Yeah, that's true. It's back. My hands are still numb. Real quickly, freetrumpbook.com is a great publication to learn all the things about President Trump, all his accomplishments, and an easy-to-read, illustrated book. It is free. You do have to pay a small shipping and handling, but you can do that. You can also give it to your school, give it to your church, give it to your community center. It is a great way to show the kids the accomplishments of President Trump. They will not learn about it on the University of TikTok. They will not learn about it on Instagram Reels, but you have the power to give it to someone who they can read it and understand the accomplishments of President Trump. It is laid out in such a fantastic way. It's an easy read for the kids. Have them read it to you. Great grandparent gift to your kid. Go check it out. freetrumpbook.com. Promo code on the screen as well. Plus, you got to pay a little shipping and handling, but it is worth it. freetrumpbook.com. Okay, last weekend I had the honor to meet Melania, First Lady Melania Trump, at Mar-a-Lago after an event. Amazing. And I compare it to this. When you see Melania, it is like seeing such a rare gem and through Discovery. You're like, oh my goodness, that's a Melania. Because she is so special and such a brilliant and classy First Lady that it was just an honor. And so I know that you had the honor to work with her during the Trump administration. And for some of our viewers that may not know Catherine Cipher, let's talk a little bit about your background, because you can share some insight on Melania Trump.
Yeah, so I served as her Director of Media Affairs for 2 years, last 2 years of the administration, and then just a commissioned officer, special assistant to the president. It was an honor of a lifetime. Before I worked with her, I was with Kellyanne Conway for 2 years as her Director of External Affairs. It was awesome. But Melania Trump she is composed, she is kind, she is steady, and she is a rock. She was a rock in that White House to so many, including the president. She was really incredible, and she led with the Be Best campaign. The Be Best campaign was really driven by her love for children, and it was just really driven by her kindness and her compassion that she had for those that were less fortunate and also didn't have a voice in this crazy world. And so Be Best, it had 3 pillars. It was online safety, well-being, and then neonatal abstinence syndrome and fentanyl, and how the fentanyl crisis and the opioid crisis was impacting children very specifically. But not only was she just that, she was behind the scenes, somebody that she doesn't get a lot of credit for it, but really working on restoring the White House and preserving it to make sure that our future generations have something to look at and be proud of, and it's not just a White House that's falling apart. She took so much time and treasure to make sure the White House was taken care of. I mean, the Rose Garden. The Rose Garden went from 19 roses to 200 roses. President Biden goes and speaks in the Rose Garden, and the roses are higher than his head. It's really incredible. And they said, oh, she removed all the roses and it looked terrible. No, it is gorgeous, and I highly recommend, if you're ever in D.C. and you're there during the garden tours, to look at the roses and the garden that she put so much time and thought into. It's really incredible. But just she's fantastic. It was an honor to serve her, and I just think the world of her.
And she had so many wonderful platforms, and she still to this day is an advocate for kids. And obviously, if I'm not mistaken, she was one of the first to talk about cyberbullying, or the internet with kids, and controlling the content that they consume, and the negative consequences of that. She said that before anyone talked about it.
Yep, and she really also with neonatal abstinence syndrome. I mean, when we went into the White House in 2017, people didn't totally understand the opioid epidemic and how it impacted children. And so she was really ahead of the times with all of her policy stances. And now she really focuses on foster children and children that age out of the foster system and are in this, child welfare system and really forgotten about. So she right now is working on scholarships for them and making sure that they have an opportunity to succeed and be successful and have a family and live out that American dream.
Yeah, it's amazing. She is such an amazing First Lady.
Really
and we are all praying that soon, when President Trump gets back in, we get the most, I think, the best duo and that we've ever had in the history of this country.
Yep, she really was one of his strongest advisors, and just like I said, she was steady, she was composed, and she was warm and kind.
Yeah, warm and kind. So a tribute to the great former First Lady Melania Trump here on the pre-show. Okay, so this crowd, which I didn't think could get any bigger, and I'm trying to see if they're still bringing people through the magnetometers. They're still bringing people in here. So I would say for the airport hangar that we have here.
Oh, it looks like they cut the line off. They've got an overflow lot out there now.
They've even got an overflow area. Well, at least they can stand in this area and at least, hear the president. They can probably see him a little bit. He's behind us. We want to appreciate everybody from watching us tonight. Now, earlier he made an appearance at SneakerCon as well. If you missed that, you can go to our Rumble page. We should have that video up there as well. But isn't that great that he went to an event like that? Because typically SneakerCon would appear to kind of a younger demo, which I think is crucial in this election, that the left has historically been very successful getting college-age kids out to vote through different, social initiatives. Now, SneakerCon, typically younger demo, male demo at that, for the most part. But he definitely made a stop there, and I think it's going to pay off in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. I think this is an untapped segment of voters. I think this is something that the Trump campaign, this is an indication that they're starting to move towards reaching out to those other groups and making sure that they're pulled in for the general election. You've got to start now. You've got to start getting people registered to vote. You've got to start getting that GOTV, get out the vote effort going, because people need to understand that the policies that they're missing and some of those things that they're missing that they can't quite put their finger on, that's because of Trump. And so seeing him get out there and do things like this, it's really, it makes me really happy that to see that they're reaching out. Also, you know, you've seen Donald Trump really lean into the wrestling world and starting to lean
like
into
the UFC, things like that.
Boys and the segments that they're bringing in, and so it's really great to see untapped segments of voters being reached out to by the Trump.
Because
campaign.
whenever he walks out to the UFC fights for like American Badass and that kind of stuff, with the music, Kid Rock's playing, a whole arena in Las Vegas just pauses for a second. It's not about the fight. It's about President Trump walking out. It's really phenomenal to see that he is embraced in that culture. And I think they're going to show up to the polls. I think people who've even been agnostic to politics, who've never really paid attention to it, they are now.
It's definitely getting people excited and getting people to feel like, you know, I can relate to him and we share this, we have this in common, and so I'm going to go out and vote for him. I think that is something that conservatives have failed to do in the past. And if we tap into it going into 2024, into November, it will significantly help us.
Yeah, I agree. I want to get some things. We know we just, the House impeached Mayorkas. I guess it was last week, I don't know. The time, sometimes last week. About that. And, of course, it took 2 votes to do that, or 2 separate times to do that, because we did not have attendance, which we haven't talked about New York and George Santos in that election to replace him, that now we have a Democrat sitting in a New York seat that we used to have, because we thought as Republicans we were higher than thou, and we wanted to kick our own team off out of office, lowering our margin of majority even slimmer. But that's another story. But we finally impeached Mayorkas, and I think that was the lowest hanging fruit on the impeachment tree. I'm glad we did that. But here's some facts about the Secure the Border Act of 2023. This was to force the Biden administration to restart the construction of the border wall. Now, I was down at the border right after Joe Biden was sworn into office. I think it was February or March. Went down to the border wall along the Texas-Mexico border, and I was blown away because it looked like the construction workers left on a Friday afternoon. They were planning to come back on Monday and work. They broke for the weekend and never came back. Everything was in place as it was. Materials, lunch boxes, Coke cans, you name it. It was all there. That was just it. They let the supplies sit there and rust. Yeah. Also, deploy technology to southern and northern border. This is technology that can scan. Like, there's a lot of stuff that we have, you know, through technology that can help secure the border rather than a structural border wall. You've got some drones. You've got some aerial drones that can help survey people coming in.
Well, what I thought was really interesting was that it sounds like the cartels have moved a lot of the movement up into the United States from Texas, and now I've heard that California now is one of the points that they're hitting. That California-Mexico border is where a lot of immigrants are coming up from, and they said there's been a 90% increase in Chinese males.
I saw that, and it was in this certain area around the eastern portion of San Diego County, and it was specific to that one opening. Yep. It was Chinese men. Now, what is that? I mean, these people are not coming to this country to open up dry cleaners. They're not coming up to this country to open up a small business.
They're always said they're not sending the best.
No, they're not. They're not. Okay. Also, this is the Secure the Border Act of 2023 wants to increase the number of border agents and, get this, provide bonus pay. They are really stretched thin
Yeah, I am all for supporting law enforcement. That's something that President Trump did, and yes.
Also, to require transparency regarding illegal crossings from the Department of Homeland Security. You know, sometimes it's difficult to get the actual numbers of what's going on, and it seems like there needs to be complete transparency to how bad the border is right now.
Yeah, and I think just the truth. We don't want to be spoon-fed the talking points from the administration anymore. We want the truth of what's happening down there, where these people are going, and how our legal system is taking them in to get them on the pathway to citizenship. And I don't even hear that being talked about right now.
No, not at all. Okay, this is probably one of the biggest ones, is end, catch, and release. It is insane that we have that policy that we catch them and then we say, oh, well, you need to come back in 5 years from now. We'll have your court date. Even President Trump says the dumb ones only come back. The ones that are they're not coming back. You're not going to see them again. So we need to end, catch, and release.
Well, and they demonized the Trump administration for doing that. That was something that our Department of Homeland Security had implemented, and, we were demonized for it. So I hope that this can get passed.
Yeah, I do too. All right, so those are some of the numbers on that, and of course we all know that every day we've had hundreds of thousands a month come streaming in to this country, and there's ones that we know, and there's the gotaways, the ones that we don't know, and I really actually think the number of the ones that we simply don't know is much, much higher, because the reason why, we just don't know the uncertainty of it all. We know that under the Trump administration, we knew that the border, for the most part, was secure. We didn't see the apprehensions, not even near the level we have right now. We didn't see the fentanyl. I heard a very, very sad story earlier coming in here, and I don't want to name the names at all on this, but indeed, it was a gentleman that's very familiar with the Trump movement, a supporter, told me that he had lost his daughter to an accidental overdose on a Xanax that was laced with fentanyl. Basically a fake Xanax. And that is a direct result of fentanyl pouring over our border. And guess what, folks? Guess where it comes from? China. There's pill mills in China. They bring them over to Mexico, and then the drug cartels, and this very intricate way of doing it, they pour that fentanyl into our cities, into our communities, into our backyards, and into your home. And it is sad, and it did not happen under President Trump. And that is the stat. That is not my opinion. That is the statistics. It proves that we were safer and healthier than we were back then than we are right now. And it's very sad. When this gentleman told me this, and he also said that President Trump wrote him a letter about how sorry he was to what had happened to his daughter. And I just, I'm just blown away.
Certainly a target of this. I mean, I'm at America First Policy Institute now, and we've got a whole policy book on fentanyl and where it's coming from and how you can stop it. But one of the biggest things that I try to bring awareness to is helping parents understand that this is not, the homeless guy on the street or the drug addict getting the pills off of the black market. This is children getting, your 16, 17-year-old, 18-year-old getting the weed gummies, marijuana gummies. Those are laced. The vape pens. Children are getting the vape pens off the black market, or their friend is selling it to them. That has fentanyl in it.
Yep.
This is not just isolated to affecting one group of people. It's many, many people. And so, there's things out there like Narcan that can help, and there's a lot of medicines out there that can help stop this and prevent it. But, we have to, as a nation, understand where it's coming from to, again, stop the bleeding. It's so sad what it's doing to our communities. And what else is very, very interesting to me is now these drug dealers on the black market have started going to Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook Messenger to sell the drugs, and to hide it from the parents are actually using emojis to tell for the kids to communicate which drugs they want. And then if the parents see the messages, they have no idea what it means. And then they go as far as to delivering it to their address to get it to them.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why social media, that feeds into another conversation about social media really needs to be held accountable for what's happening on their platforms, because at this point, they should be held accountable for the drugs that these children are dying from the fentanyl overdoses that are happening, where the exchange of drugs was done essentially on their platform.
Yeah, it is sad, it's pathetic, but once again, Catherine, it did not happen under the Trump administration.
Well, you knew right away when Biden took office that this issue was the least of his concern when he gave this issue to Kamala Harris and said, you take care of it. You can do it. It took her, what, a year to go down to the border?
Yeah. Catherine Cipher, Brian Glenn live here in Waterford, Michigan on this pre-show where President Trump is scheduled at around 7. I had gotten a message on my phone that it could be slightly a little bit past the top of the hour, which we're fine. It was amazing that we got to see the president fly in behind us, so we know that he's technically on the ground here in Waterford, so it could be just moments away before you never know, before he takes the stage. You simply never know. One of the things that we often talk about at these rallies is the war in Ukraine and the amount of money that is pouring over to Ukraine, and to the tune of $223 million a day to fund this war. You broke some news earlier, because I was not aware of it, that Vladimir Zelensky, president of Ukraine, is wanting to sit down with President Trump.
Of course he is, because he knows that if Trump wins in November, that money will come to a complete halt.
Yeah.
Now, I think the American people are fed up with it, and it should just come to a halt on its own. But it's just showing that he thinks that he's above all of this. We are not sending any more money to Ukraine. We have our own problems domestically, and I'm so happy that we're standing here with the future president that's going to make sure domestically Americans are taken care of.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a very, very loud crowd as soon as he walks out. But before he does that, I do want to talk about the wellness company's emergency contagion kit. Now, this could be one of the most vital things that you and your family buy right now, because this could save your life. It's got a Z-Pack in there. It's got ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, which I take once a week. It's got all of these things that can protect your family. The information for that is on your screen. Now, Dr. Peter McAuliffe and other top respected doctors have put this together to keep this in your home, your office, keep it on the road while you travel, because the uncertainty of 2025 and even in this year, we have no idea what's going to happen. So why wouldn't you want something that can save your life? Go check it out right now. This contagion emergency kit put out by the Wellness Company. I think it might be one of the best investments you make. Information is on your screen, because we talk about this a lot of staying healthy. We don't know, there's so much unknown. We know exactly what China released on this country back in 2020, and you just want to make sure that you can protect yourself.
Yep. I mean, you never know the media, the way the media spins things and the corporate America spins things. It's only you that can take care of your health.
Yeah, take care of yourself. All right, we're glad you're here joining us tonight. If you want to follow us on social media, you can follow Right Side across the board on X. We're on Facebook. We're on Instagram. We're on True Social. Pretty easy to find us. So look for the accounts that are verified, checkmarked. Also, you can follow me as well on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and True Social at Brian Glenn TV. I'm at Brian on True Social. And how about you?
I am on Twitter or X. I'm on X at
I always call it Twitter. I don't care. It's still Twitter.
And then on Instagram as well, at @CCipher.
There you go. Make sure you follow us. And also, go over to our Locals page. Locals is a great way to kind of get some inside content on what's going on at these rallies. So go follow Right Side on Locals. And don't forget also to subscribe to our newsletter. Go to RSBNetwork.com, click on the newsletter. You get this information pushed out to your inbox as needed. We will not spam you. We will not fill your inbox with garbage. We're not going to sell your stuff off to China. Grace Saldana will deliver the headlines and the information you need to know. RSBNetwork.com. Click on the newsletter. And while you're there, why not go donate as well? You go to RSBNetwork.com/donate. You know, that's how we actually started. long time ago, before we had any advertisers at all, our biggest supporters was our viewers. And so how many times have we stood here and outside in rallies, people scream right side. They scream right side.
Love you. Yeah, everybody's Brian, I want a picture.
Well, I say that only because we were created for the people. I say we're the people's network, to be honest with you. I think that this network belongs to the people that were behind President Trump. So if you feel led to give, go to the website, rsbnetwork.com/donate. And as the great Larry Elder says, drop a little something in a tip jar.
Yeah, and what I always say about Right Side Broadcasting Network, coming from the White House, then leaving and joining a nonprofit think tank, I appreciated that Right Side Broadcasting Network, after January 6th, provided a place to get fair and complete coverage of what Donald Trump was doing, what he was saying. You got the whole story, wasn't filtered, there was no shiny objects around it that distracted you. You knew exactly for yourself what was happening. And so that's why I've always had a deep appreciation for this network and what you guys do.
Thank you so much. We're glad to have you. You offer a very unique perspective in all of this. So make sure you do all that and go to the website, download our app, follow us on social media. Because I kind of feel like this could start, well, we don't have any Secret Service out right now, so we're probably still a little bit on schedule. I don't think we'll come out early, but we're glad you're joining us on this Saturday night. And if we look at programming for a second, let's just talk about CPAC next week. Okay. We're going back to Washington for CPAC. Once again, it's in Washington, D.C. Personally, I liked it better when it was in Texas. I think more people, it's more accessible in Texas than it is in Washington, D.C., just my personal opinion. But what a great event it is for all walks of conservatism to come together.
Yeah, I think they used to call it like the conservative spring break. So
good way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good place for folks to go that don't really want to go down to Florida or travel. They want to go and they want to learn. And that's a great place for them to do that.
And President Trump is speaking on the 24th, I believe. Yeah, 24th at 12 noon, if I'm not mistaken. 24th at 12 noon. And then on the 24th, he's also got the South Carolina primary that night. So speaking of CPAC, going to South Carolina that night. I know that Carrie Lake speaks as well. Jim Jordan has a session. I believe there's a couple. There's a ton of for America First policy. America First. Vic Vivek is on there. Anyway, for complete coverage of that, just go to our socials. We'll give you our schedule of when we're going to be at CPAC and who you can expect to see. But we'll be there going live from the booth, and that is something, when we do CPAC coverage, if we think covering a Trump rally is long, we go from about 8 a.m. to about 8 a.m. at night. We go about 12 hours on the air. It's exhausting.
At least you're inside.
At least we're inside, and it's warm. We're exhausted. By the time we get home, we just pass out and sleep and get up and do it all over again. But we got that coming up next week. And then we go into Super Tuesday. And I don't quite know at this point where we're going to be on Super Tuesday, but there's about, I think 12 states have their primaries on Super Tuesday. So by the time they wrap up and by the time South Carolina wraps up, we should really get a good indication of just how big President Trump's support is. We already know it's massive. We already know he's up 45 points and 45 plus points in South Carolina. But what would it look like after Super Tuesday? How much market share does he have?
I think if there's anybody out there that is looking for kind of a new podcast to listen to, America First Policy Institute just launched The Tank, which is a new podcast that's hosted by former DHS Secretary Chad Wolf and Hogan Gidley. He was the former deputy press secretary in the White House, and they dive into all of the policies that stem from the Trump administration, give you a first-hand look and diagnosis of a lot of the things that we're feeling and the things that are impacting our lives right now. I know the latest one, I was able to join talking about immigration with Chad Wolf. It was really exciting. But I think it's a really great new place for folks to go that are looking for an America First look at some of the things going on right now.
Nice. They're very nice. How can people find that again?
So that's on, just the traditional Apple podcast links, and it's called The Tank.
Let them get it. You can go. Come on.
Brian, I remember when we first started these rallies, and it was like us on the press riser together. And now, I mean, this press riser could not be more full today.
That's great. Well, I remember in New Hampshire, you and I could barely move, if I'm not mistaken. We were like this the entire time. But that's what it's going to be as we move into this campaign season where we get heavier. There's more media here. There's more international media here as well. Let's talk about the media here in just a second. Let's also talk about this Trumpinator bobblehead. It is phenomenal. And it's one of the most collectible things. It's a fun thing that you can have if you are someone who collects Trump memorabilia. This is great. It's a Trumpinator bobblehead. Great construction. It sits right there on your desk at work. It sits in your office, in your kitchen, or even you can put it on your plane. On Trump Force One's even got a bobblehead. Go check it out. The information for that is on your screen. The Trumpinator bobblehead. Go pick it up today. What a great way to say, look, I love President Trump. This is. I mean, when you look at a bobblehead and it's just little heads just going like, it's just, you can't help but laugh, but you can't help but love how much stuff he's done for this country. The little head just Anyway, go check it out. Trumpinator bobblehead. I wish we had one here. If we had one here, I would just hold it up.
You need to get one. You need a little prop here.
I just need when we go to do these reads, I just need to pull it up and just go like this and just show it. We'd probably sell a lot of them if I could actually show them. We're glad you're joining us. Okay, let's talk about the media real quick, because you are going to see as we get closer to, and now I'd probably say, I'm going to go ahead and put it out there, June, July, August, September. You're going to get into the early summer months. You're going to see an influx of foreign media here. Because the world's eyes are on us right now. There's no doubt about it. They are watching what we do. And so these rallies, you're going to see much more of a presence from the media at these rallies.
That almost, it makes me a little happy, because I feel like right now there's so much just complete chaos around the world that I hope that everybody just stops for a minute and is worried that we're going to have another Donald Trump presidency where this chaos and these wars will not be tolerated. Things like October 7th will not be tolerated. We will not just sit back and watch as our allies really are destroyed.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. I know we've got a clip from Joe Biden. I'm going to toss that here in just a second. When Joe Biden had a press conference with the media, after he made some remarks, he stepped aside and reporters were peppering him with questions. All right. He gets angry. And it's interesting because I know for a fact that particular day he was off his schedule. In other words, he didn't have an opportunity to take his afternoon nap, and he was a little irritable. If we have it queued up, let's play the audio of what happens to Joe Biden when he's pushed on issues and he gets a little mad. Listen in. I'm not sure if we have that audio or not. It makes you listen in.
That is you.
December, you told me that, Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, watch me. Many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They express concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other Democrats who could defeat Donald Trump. So why does it have to be you now? What is your answer to that question?
Because I'm the most qualified person in this country to be President of the United States and finish the job I started.
Joe Biden gets very frustrated if he has to do any more than what his daily routine suggests, which is basically getting up, probably kind of late, doing a mid-noon, like a noon type of meeting, and then basically calling press at 3 o'clock.
Ice cream break.
Ice cream break, yeah. Which I would be all for the ice cream break. I'm all for the ice cream break. We'll move up a little bit so we can have our neighbors get behind us. But he tends to get very irritated with the media. And did you like, because President Trump approached the media. I mean, he never backed down to the media.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump, it didn't matter what his handler said to him, what was going on in the media that day. If he was walking down to the helicopter or to the plane, he stopped at that press gaggle and he would talk to them for 15, 20, 30 minutes. And there were even sometimes with Marine One, with the helicopter, they would turn the helicopter off because they're like, all right, he's just going to go.
Oh, they would actually...
They would turn it off
because he's going to sit there and talk for a while.
Yes, but that was great because there was so much transparency and the media actually could ask him questions.
There was a lot of transparency in the Trump administration.
Yeah.
I love the fact that he did not mind stepping out, firing some questions off, and firing back at the media.
Yeah, facing it head on.
Facing it head on. I mean, that was one of the great things. And that's what very reason why a lot of the media, even that's here, can't stand him, because he didn't allow them. I mean, think about this for a second. We had the Russia hoax that was pushed by everyone. Absolutely everyone. And last night, I believe it's Sean Hannity had a great kind of a 2-minute recap of all the media saying Russia. It's all been confirmed. Russia. That is the truth. I mean, kept pushing it, right? But now we know that it was a complete hoax. That it was the whole thing was a complete scam, if it was. And so, where's the apology? Where's the apology for the media?
So many actions of the media, borderline, for me, journalistic malpractice. They're not held accountable for anything. They get to operate under the guise of being a journalist, and they don't have the personal opinions in their stories. Time after time in the White House, all they ever wanted to report on, they didn't want to report on positive policy things.
No.
It was all palace intrigue, what's going on, who hates who, who's fighting who, and then the media are just writing complete, stories on us that were untrue, filled with lies, and they were, it was like People, reading People magazine. It was trash.
Well, I'll give you a great example. There is a publication, I'm not going to call them out right now, but all they do in D.C. on Capitol Hill is cover the drama inside the House, not the policies. They don't talk about the policies that are hurting America or the policies that would help you and I. It's all about calling out, well, did so-and-so see so-and-so, or did so-and-so snub so-and-so, or what does so-and-so have to say about it? It's all about the theatrics of a soap opera almost. And I think it's doing a country harm by that. I mean, you're not covering news that actually matters. You're covering salacious stories about personal problems within a congressperson, and it's just wrong. It's wrong.
The integrity of journalism has completely been diminished because of this sort of behavior, and this is why Americans are so frustrated right now that they don't know where to go to learn what really happened. I mean, time after time, I would be with principals in the White House, and they'd be arguing with a reporter, and they're saying, the people from the Trump administration would say, we're not looking for you to be our friend and to give us coverage that is biased towards us. We want fair and complete coverage of what's happening inside of here, and you won't do it.
Yep.
I, time after time, would have to go head-to-head with some of the reporters that were in Mrs. Trump's press pool because they would inaccurately cover things. I'd go and tell them to take things down or to retract their stories, and they wouldn't do it, and the damage was done. And their headline was made, and the reporter got extra attention and extra clicks and probably made more money because they lied. And so the American people don't know where to go because the integrity of this entire journalism population is just completely diminished from these people.
Yeah. It seems like journalism now has turned into activism. It's activists, And people would say, well, Brian, that's exactly what you guys do at Right Side. You're just activists for President Trump. Like, well, no. I feel like we're a voice for him that is not seen in the media at all for the most part. And I do think that we're activists for America. We're activists for an America First mindset of loving this country and doing what's best for this country. So, and let me tell you something. You know this. I know this probably more than you do because I'm in the front of this lens a little bit more. It's hard. It's hard. People, not everyone's a fan of us. Let's just say that. Not everybody's a fan of me, and nor am I wanting to seek friendship and approval from everybody because I don't. But what we're doing here at Right Side is, yes, we're a mouthpiece for the America First movement. We're a mouthpiece for America First. We're a mouthpiece in the platform for President Trump to get his message across in its entirety. We're a mouthpiece for the crowds. We show the massive crowds that we have here. Matter of fact, let's step away this way. We'll show the crowd here real quick. It's amazing that you're going to see the amount of people. Oh, music pauses. Let's see if we get an announcement. They're shouting for Trump right now. Of course, I don't see Secret Service out right now, so I'm not thinking this is the walkout.
This might be the intro video.
Well, there goes the phones go up, the phones go down. It's that simple. That's that's kind of like what happens. But oh, hang on, let's get all over. So, all right, let's step back inside here as we make our way into this pre-show. For a second, people thought that he was about to step out.
And this place is packed. It is all the way to the back of the building. There's folks in an overflow lot behind us. I mean, this is really incredible to see this many people out here tonight when it's so cold out. It's great.
All right, I just got some notes from President Trump's speech tonight. Talk a little bit about, obviously, the primary coming up on February 27th and basically the need to get out and vote. And I often says storm the polls. Flood the polls, make it where it's impossible. There's no even second guessing that you've won. He's going to talk about the ending of the weaponization of our legal system. That's something you and I have been talking about since this broadcast. Is the fact that what these judges have done to this president is really unheard of in this country. This is something from a third world country.
Well, and we know that Letitia James ran on getting Trump. She ran on this. This was a campaign promise of hers that she's making good on. So that alone tells you that this had nothing to do with him breaking the law. It was all about making good on that campaign promise. That state law or that statute that they use has never been used in the way that they just used it against President Trump. There's no damages here. There's no victims here. This is all about get Trump, get Trump. That's exactly what Alan Dershowitz said. He wrote a whole book on it. These people are deranged.
He wrote a whole book on it.
Yes. There is no therapeutic for it. There is no vaccine for it. It is Trump derangement syndrome at its absolute worst.
Yeah, and the fact that you've said there is no victim, and the banks even, basically testified in defense of President Trump, and even said if they were given the opportunity to do the same exact loans today, they would even do the same transactions today than they did years ago. So I don't see how this, but I think also what's going to happen is I think that people, and I've said this before, people that just normally don't pay attention to politics, they see this and they go, wait a minute, why is everyone so against President Trump? And then it becomes like this apparent witch hunt that we now see it is. That becomes crystal clear if people had no idea before. If people questioned it before, Catherine, I think after this judgment, they clearly see it.
Well, this case right out of the gates, right when it was filed, when it went up to the appellate court, they removed 80% of the charges. 80%.
United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, Lee. And hello, Michigan. Hello. Thank you very much, everybody. And I'm thrilled to be back in the American heartland. This is the heartland, with the proud, hardworking patriots who made this country run and made the country great. Might not be so great right now, but we're going to have it great very quickly again. Not so great right now. Thanks to citizens like you, this November, the great state of Michigan is going to tell crooked Joe Biden, "You're fired. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here." Worst president we've ever had. He's the worst president, the most incompetent president. But first, just 10 days from now, we're going to win a monumental victory in the Michigan Republican primary. 10 days. 10 days. And we've won them all by massive records. Every single state we've won. You know that Iowa, New Hampshire, right down the line. We've Nevada. We won by records. They've never had votes like that. So something's happening, right? Something's happening. The primary is Tuesday, February 27th, but early voting is available statewide starting today. So you can do that, or you can wait a little bit. We're not worried about the primary. What we want to do, we got to win that. Look, get a lot of votes in the primary. We want to send a signal, but we want to win November 5th. November 5th, we're going to get this guy out. We're going to change our country. We're going to bring our country back. Bring our country back from hell. So don't wait. Get out and vote. When we win back the White House, we will have no higher priority than ending the weaponization of this horrible legal system that is developed around us. It's a horrible, horrible thing that's taking place. You talk about democracy. This is a real threat to democracy and restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice in America. We have to have that, because we don't have that now. The decision yesterday in New York, you may have read about it. Crooked judge. He's a crooked judge. By a radical left-wing judge, was a lawless and unconstitutional atrocity that sets fire to our laws like no one has ever seen in this country before. That happens in banana republics. It doesn't happen in this country. The case is a complete and total sham. It's a sham case. There were no victims, no defaults, no damages, no complaints, no nothing. There was nothing. The actual bankers who were involved in the loan transactions that were talked about testified at the trial. They said that Donald Trump was a highly sought-after whale. They called me a whale. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't know if they meant a whale from the standpoint of being a little heavy, or a whale because I got a lot of money. But I think they meant the second. But he's a whale of a client. We love him. He's a whale of a client, one of the strongest personal balance sheets that they've ever seen. And he was actually very overqualified for the loan. I didn't even need this loan. Those banks earned more than $100 million in profits doing business with me and my companies. They were very happy, and they testified that way. The expert witness, one of the most respected anywhere in the country, anywhere in the United States, said that my financial statements were the best that he's ever seen. That's not bad. The best that he's ever seen. This was a case of satisfied banks and insurance companies which made a lot of money dealing with me, and a lot of very happy money and good money. Great financial statements, the best, really great financial statements that didn't even include the most valuable asset, the Trump brand. Ironclad disclaimer. Do you know what a disclaimer is? We have an ironclad disclaimer. That's like buyer beware. It means do your own due diligence. Don't believe what you're reading. It's all good, but don't even believe it. Go out and do your own due diligence. You have to do that. We had an unbelievable disclaimer, and the amazing properties, some of the best all over the world, and highly underleveraged. We're very underleveraged as a company. I had very little debt, a lot of cash, because we built a great company. And, you know, unlike these other politicians, I knew it would happen. I didn't think it would be this much, but I knew I would lose $1 billion or $2 billion if I was honest running for president and being president. And that's what I lost, maybe a couple of $1 billion. And it was the best thing I ever did, because we've made our country, we made it great. They've blown it, but we're going to make it greater than ever before. We're going to make it greater than ever before. But these other guys, they go in, they have no money. All of a sudden, they're rich. Look at Nancy Pelosi. She's worth like $150 million. The judge, one of the least respected in New York State, said that Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, now you don't really know too much about it, but it's very valuable real estate, let me put it that way, was worth $18 million in order to try to make his case. By doing that, he brought the values way down. He tried to make his case, when in actuality it's worth anywhere from 50 to 100 times that amount. And the appraisers say that. That's not me saying it. The biggest broker in Florida said it. Wait till you hear about the unconstitutional gag order. That's going to be great. The this judge, he gagged. He doesn't want me to talk. You're not allowed to talk, because when you hear me talk, you'll say, oh, wow, this is a corrupt system. The case was brought under a consumer fraud statute that has never, ever been used before for this purpose. In fact, a very unfriendly media company, they hate me, said that they studied litigation going back many, many years, and no case, not one case was ever brought like this in the history of New York State. This is the only one. I wonder if they were doing that for political purposes or for election interference. This is merely an election interference ploy by a crazed lunatic attorney general. Did you ever see this attorney general? She's a lunatic working closely with a very bad judge. No jury was allowed. I wasn't allowed a jury. You're not allowed a jury, because under the statute, they have the right to do whatever they want to do. It's so unconstitutional. And they refused to send this disgusting charade to the commercial division within the court system, where you have, hopefully you'd find a competent judge, and they would have looked at it, and it would have never even been brought. The Democrat club-controlled Judge Engoron has already been reversed 4 times on this case alone. It's a record, never happened before. Every time we went up, he got reversed, and hopefully the whole thing is going to be thrown out and reversed. And if justice is anything in New York State, we'll win, because New York State's in a lot of problems. The judges and prosecutors that were dealing with me are essentially all the same, different wrappings, tone, manner, but always the same coordinated and overly nasty result. They are nasty. These are Democrats that definitely hate me. They hate you too, I have to tell you. Whether New York City or state, Fulton County, what do you think of Fani? What do you think, Fani? Huh? F-A-N-I. That's pronounced Fanny, but you're not allowed to say it. It's Fani. Oh, boy, oh, boy. That's Fulton County, that's Atlanta. Or Washington, D.C., the people couldn't care less about justice. These people, they're not looking for justice. They only care about how to stop crooked Joe Biden's political opponent, that's me, and how to inflict as much pain as possible. But here we are. They've been doing this for 7 years, and we won twice. And now we're going to win a third time. And the second time, we did better than we did the first. There's no courtroom decorum or respect. You got to see these judges. They're screaming. They're like lunatics. There's no respect. There's no decorum, especially for someone that they know hasn't done anything wrong. We haven't done anything wrong. We've done nothing wrong. This last case is we haven't done anything wrong. How about the one 2 weeks ago? A woman. I'm saying, who the hell is she? Who is the woman? It's so unfair what's happening in our country. Our court system is a mess. What's happening in our country, they have to straighten it out. All you see is bitterness and revenge and hatred. Judge Engoron just fined me $355 million for doing everything right. $355. And these repulsive abuses of power are not just an attack on me. They're really an attack on you and all Americans. It's a disgusting thing. I deal with a bank. The bank is happy. There's no victims. There's no anything. $355 million. I paid off a mortgage for a tiny fraction of that amount. I borrowed money, and they wanted me to borrow the money. I didn't even need the money. They want, because that's what they do. They loan money, and they like to loan it to good people. So they loan me money, and they charge me a fine in New York State. Nobody's going back to New York State. A lot of people are leaving, a lot of businesses. But they fined me $355 million. It's the law. Nothing like this has ever happened. This judge is a lunatic, and if you've ever watched him, and the Attorney General may be worse. You ever watch her? I will get Donald Trump, her campaign. I will get Donald Trump. I promise I will get him. She knows nothing about me. She says, I will get him. As a result of this decision, businesses are going to flee New York State. They already are, taking with them tens of thousands of jobs because they can't subject themselves to this. And if this persecution of political opponents continues, no one will want to do business in the United States of America any longer. We will truly become a third world country. We are already in many ways. If you look at our border, we are worse than a third world country because there's never, ever in history been a border like that. Joe Biden and the fascists that control him are a threat to democracy. They're a threat to democracy. Now, he's not smart enough to know that, but he's got people that control. The guy can't even walk off a platform. No, he can't find the stairs. He can't put two sentences together. And I'm not going to imitate him because every time I imitate him, they say, Donald Trump couldn't find his way off. Now, every time, because they're fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there. A lot of fake news. No, every time I imitate him, last week I imitated him, and you know the way he goes like this. He finishes a speech, it takes about 2.5 minutes, because that's when his energy runs out, right? You know, energy. You know, he's got a lot of energy. What happened to that cocaine in the White House? Whatever happened? He's got a lot of energy, this guy. You know, I never spoke about him until they indicted me. And once they indicted me, I can now just speak the way I want to speak. He's a corrupt person. He's a horrible president, the worst we've ever had. The happiest man in our country today is a man named Jimmy Carter because he is considered a brilliant president by comparison. That's true. He's brilliant. Congress ought to impeach crooked Joe Biden for attacking his political opponent by weaponizing the DOJ, FBI, and even local DAs and attorney generals against his opponent, me. They ought to do that. As Byron York, did you ever hear of Byron York? Great writer. From the Washington Examiner said, quote, the Justice Department forbids prosecutorial interference with elections. Very simple. The guidelines are very clear. Now, he's just writing the rules. He's a great talent. and he's writing the rules, and he's quoting the rules because nobody knows them. No, not even lawyers seem to know them. Federal prosecutors and agents may never select the timing of any action, including investigative steps, criminal charges, or statements, for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or a political party. Now, so they're saying you can't be doing what they're doing to me now because we're in the midst of an election. We just had 3 beauties, and actually 4, including the islands. We won them all in landslides. You're not allowed to do what they're doing. You've got South Carolina coming up, Michigan coming up, and then Super Tuesday coming up in 2 weeks. And they want me so badly, these guys, because you know what? We're beating Biden we're clobbering this guy. Who the hell wouldn't? We're beating him. Prosecutor deranged Jack Smith is in a very big hurry. I mean, this guy is working so hard. He's a crooked guy. Deranged Jack Smith. He's a prosecutor. They brought him out to try and do damage. And he's done a lot of damage to a lot of people, and he's been overturned by the United States Supreme Court unanimously. But he always fails because he goes too far. He's an animal. But he's not allowed to say why, but the reason has been obvious all along. He wants Trump to be tried and convicted so that we get hurt for the November 5th date. And he's not going to hurt us because this is turning. My poll numbers today are much higher than they were 3 months ago because of this. It's our poll, It's actually our poll because we're all in this thing together. We're all in this mess together. We're going to straighten this country out. We cannot let this injustice stand. And that's why I will fight crooked Joe Biden's weaponized persecution at every step, and we will win. We're going to win. This is going to be the biggest win ever. This is going to be bigger than 2016. Be bigger than 2016. With your support, we're going to rocket the Republican nomination. We are going to get this. We're going to have so many voters out there that whether they cheat or not, it's not going to matter. You know, at a certain, because they only cheat. How the hell do you get elected if you have open borders and high interest rates and you can't buy a car? And if you do buy a car, they want you to buy an electric car, which doesn't go very far. And the United Auto Workers, this guy, Sean Payne, what the contract that he entered in, you know, all those cars are going to be made in China within 3 years. I hope they know that. The auto workers are all, I think the auto workers, I met a couple of them back. Raise your hand if you're, there is one guy right there. Do you agree with me? He sold you out. I had a guy, he had the strongest build I've ever seen. I said, I'd love a body like that. Where is that guy? Where is that? Right there's one. These guys are so, you're lifting, you know, a lot of stuff. You got to, by nature. And then they go and work out after work. I mean, explain that one. But no, I met a lot of the auto workers backstage, and they're great people, but they're being sold out. We're going to bring auto workers back to the country. We're going to have all sorts. You want electric, you want a hybrid. We're bringing everything back. You can have your choice. The problem is electric doesn't go very far, you know? You're driving along and you're petrified. Oh my, I'm going to front. They say, next charging booth, 93 miles. Go west, 93 miles. The whole thing is crazy. And you know, if we built all the charging booths that are necessary, our country would go bankrupt. You know that, Pete? The country, it would cost like $3 trillion, more money. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. But we're dealing with a lot. He's a very low IQ individual, our president. I would be willing to bet that Joe Biden, of all the presidents, we've had a lot of them, he is the lowest IQ individual of any president ever. And he's telling us to get rid of our cars. They want to make trucks all electric. The problem is they don't go far either. And you'd have to have half of the capacity of the truck would be devoted to a battery. I don't know if you know this. They want to make our army tanks, you know, the beautiful army tanks. They want to make them into all electric. So that as we enter a country to obliterate it, at least we give them nice, clean air to breathe. As we obliterate them, Crooked Joe has ordered a hit job on Michigan manufacturing with his insane electric vehicle mandate. Do the auto workers here, of which we have a lot, do you agree with that? There's the guy. Come on up here. Come here. Come here. Come on up. This never works out. You know that, right? That's okay. No, I like this guy. I met him backstage. He's great. He's great. Come on up. Secret Service is thrilled. You know, when we do this secret, and you look at the guy, he could rip you apart. Come on up. I like this guy. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. I love you, Say brother. Something. Say something. Take that thing off. Come here. Take that thing off. Look at this guy.
Thank you, President Trump. We got your back. The auto workers are going to support this guy like we did in 16, 20. We're going to do it again in 24. Everybody's going to get out and vote. We're going to vote. 85 million of us are going to vote for this guy. They can't cheat enough to beat him. I love you, brother. Okay, we'll take care of you. Keep fighting the fight. That's good.
Well, that worked out well. Look. I met him backstage. I liked him. I said, look at these muscles. This guy's got muscles all over the place. I said, what do you do? He said, I'm an auto worker. I said, that's too bad because you're not going to have a job in 2 years. And he agrees with me, but I want to thank him, and you did a great job. I think he was more effective than I could ever be, actually. Thank you very much. We don't want to see it happen. We want to bring manufacturing back. You know, you've lost already 54% over the years, 54% of auto manufacturing. And you're going to lose the rest of it very fast, a lot of it coming out of Michigan, a lot of it coming out. So we're going to get it back, and we're going to have big investments from other companies. And we're looking, look, we're going to put tariffs on cars. I did it with China. I stopped that inflow with China. We took in $444 billion from China. No president has ever taken in 10 cents. And you know what? I protected the auto workers by doing that because cars were actually taxed when they come in. And if we don't do that, that's what they do to us. That's what they do to us. So we're going to bring manufacturing back. And look, I get along great. The president of Mexico, great person, great person. But what Mexico's done to this country in terms of auto, do you realize what Mexico's done in terms of the auto workers? A friend of mine builds big plants. He's a big supporter. Build big auto plants. I said, I'd like to go take a look at some of your plants because I find it very interesting. I want to know exactly what I like to build, and I like to see things like this. He said, good, but we really have to go to Mexico. I said, what do you mean? You build them here, right? Yeah, I do, but the big ones are being built in Mexico. I said, isn't that a shame, right? This is just a guy telling me, you know, no axe to grind. He said, the big plants, President, he's a friend of mine. He used to call me Donald. Now he calls me President. I said, call me Donald. He said, I'll try. And he said, Donald, the big plants, the ones that you really have to see are the ones that we're building in Mexico. They're unbelievable. I said, how much bigger, how much better? He said, far more advanced, double, triple the size of what's happening in the United States. So, President, I said, Donald, President, he couldn't do it. But that's nice that he couldn't. You know what? That's a sign of respect, right? He couldn't call me by for 20 years he called me Donald. He can't call me Donald. I have that with a lot of friends. They used to call me Donnie. They used to call me Don, DJ. Now they all call me President. I say, call me, listen. I say, loosen up. Loosen up. You've been my friend for 25 years. Loosen up. But the big plants are all being built in Mexico. And I'll give you a worse one. China now is building plants in Mexico and selling the cars to the United States. What the hell does that do for us? They're building plants in Mexico right across the border, and the cars are being sold tax-free into the United States. I will stop that the first day. The first day. A vote for Biden is a vote to send tens of thousands of Michigan jobs to China and other places that we don't want them to go. A vote for Trump is a vote to keep those manufacturing jobs in America and add a lot of jobs. We could get, within a very short period of time, just through taxation of people that don't love us, we could get everybody to start moving back here because it wouldn't be economically feasible for them to build in Mexico or China or other places. And it will just take the stroke of a pen, and I can do that very quickly. Biden's ridiculous electric vehicle mandate and his Green New Scam are these are what they're pushing. The Green New Scam. Nobody even knows what the hell's going on. The Green New Scam. They talk about, they don't want anything built with any form of petroleum product. They want wind. But what happens if the wind doesn't blow? They don't know. It's hard to store wind energy, right? You know that. So they want wind, or they want solar, they want all things. It's not big enough to fire up your plants. It's not good. It's not consistent. So Germany tried it, and they went bust. And now they're building coal plants all over the place. And they're building nuclear. They closed up all their nuclear, all their coal. Now they're reopening them. It didn't work. They have suffered greatly. Other countries, it hasn't worked. Why do we have to be doing this? It's not going to work. We need to fire up our plants with petroleum if it's necessary. Whatever the hell it takes. Nice, clean, natural gas. Did you ever hear of a thing called clean coal? Clean coal, they do great things with coal, too. And we have more of all of these products than anybody anywhere in the world. I call it liquid gold. We have more liquid gold than any country anywhere in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia. And we don't use it. We're now buying oil from Venezuela. We're not buying oil, we're buying tar. We're buying tar. It's very thick. And you know where we clean the tar? In Houston, Texas. It's the only refinery in the whole country that can clean this tar. And that's what we do, and that goes into the air, and I guess, they'll figure out what happens with it. But it's very sad. China is building a coal plant a week, a big coal plant a week. And then they see, they finally fired Kerry. He got fired. To me, that was a great thing. He'd go to China, they're building a plant a week, and he'd tell them all of the problems with coal, and they're saying, oh, yes, we agree. In the meantime, they authorized about 70 new plants for next year. The whole thing. We are like the stupid country. But we will be the stupid country no longer. And we had it going. We built the greatest economy in the history of our country. And we will get it back, and we will do it again. And we're going to close that border, and we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to do all sorts of things. We had the strongest border. We had the strongest border in the recorded history of our country, by far. We had it down to a level that they'd never seen before. We built 571 miles of wall. We had it down. We were going to build another 200. It was all done. Then the election was rigged, and we couldn't put it up. We had 3 weeks. It was all there, and all they had to do is put up the slats, put them up. It was all done. 200 miles. Actually built 300 miles more than I said we were going to do. All they had to do is put it up. And they, they took over and they didn't put it up. They sold the stuff for 5 cents on the dollar. Think of it. For 5 cents, and it's expensive. It's what the Border Patrol wanted. I wanted concrete slabs, and they wanted to have steel, rebar, and concrete, all 3. And they were right. You had to have a fence to see through. I said, what the hell do you have to see through? What are we looking at? They wanted I did everything, even the panel on top. It's called an anti-climb panel. You know that? Because it makes it very hard for people. Do you ever watch these people? With 70 pounds of drugs on their back, they go up. They're unbelievable. They're like athletes. But when you have the panel, the anti-climb panel, it's very hard for them to get across. So I gave them everything they wanted. 571 miles we built, and that's why that happened, and that's why we had such good numbers. And then I had another 200 miles that was ready to be installed, would have been done in 3 weeks, and these guys said, we don't want to do it. And I said, they want open borders. Nobody believed it. Why would they want open borders? They either hate the country or they're stupid. And they're not stupid because anybody that could cheat on elections the way they do is not stupid. So they either hate the country or they're stupid. So we are going to close up the border like we had it. We had the best border ever. I went to Mexico, and you know this, and I got along really great, but I went to them. I told them, look, fellas, you got to give us 28,000 soldiers. They looked at me like, what a stupid request. Why the hell would... They're going like, why would we give him 28,000? You know, they're laughing. They think we're all a bunch of dummies, right? I said, no, you have to, because they've taken advantage of it, including taking 32%. By the way, 32% of what you had here is right now being done in Mexico. That's over the last 20 years, 32%. And they'll take the rest of it, too. Remember the story about the plan. But think of this. So I said, no, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers because we're building the wall and we need protection, and you're allowing people to walk through in the caravans. Thousands and thousands of people coming from all over the world. Yesterday they had many from the Congo. Welcome to the Congo, people, because, and where do you come in the Congo? Where do you live? We were in prison. What for? Murder. Oh, great. So they're being put, and who can blame? They're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from different parts of the Middle East. They're coming from Yemen. We're bombing Yemen. You know, here's this idiot is again bombing. When I came in, they were bombing. I got it stopped. You don't have to bomb. Every bomb is $1 million. You know that. 1 million. Every time you see a little flash, it's $1 million. But more importantly, you're killing a lot of people. You don't have to kill the people. We don't want to kill people. We want a solution to things. You would have never had Ukraine and Russia. You would have never had Israel. Israel would have never been attacked. Ukraine would have never been attacked. Putin would have never attacked. In fact, Putin said the other day, no, I prefer Biden as president. I said, I don't know why. I stopped Nord Stream 2. It was totally stopped. I stopped Nord Stream 2. Biden came in, he approved it. But he stopped the Keystone. So he let Russia build their pipeline to Germany and other places. But he stopped the Keystone, 48,000 jobs. And the head, remember this for the auto workers, the head of the pipeline union endorsed Sleepy Joe Biden, endorsed him. Now, he should be out of a job. And all those guys, now almost every worker voted for me because they're smart, you know. But you have the same thing in the auto workers. Most of the auto workers are going to vote for me. I'm going to bring jobs back. You're going to lose all your jobs. And we're waiting for the Teamsters. And I will tell you, the biggest threat to your unions is millions of people coming across the border. Because you're not going to have your jobs anymore. Even that good-looking, strong guy with those beautiful muscles, he's not going to have his job because they'll have somebody else take it for 1/3 the price and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You're not going to, right? You not, look, he's agreeing. Don't laugh. He's laughing. Don't laugh. I mean, you know, we got to be serious here. The truth is, though, when you have millions of people coming in, they're going to take your jobs. They're going to take the Teamster jobs. You know, we're waiting because the Teamsters haven't endorsed a Republican in many, many years. And they're having a hard time with this. How do they endorse a man who's a low IQ individual? How do they do it? That's Sleepy Joe. How do they endorse, or Crooked Joe? Which is a better name, Crooked Joe Biden or Sleepy Joe Biden? Okay, wait. Let's do a free poll. Let's do a free poll. Okay, Hoekstra. Hoekstra, this is a free poll. See, I don't pay for it. You know, these guys go out, they pay $1 million for a poll. Most of the polls, they don't even go sample. They just give it, they say, send me the check. No, this is a free poll. Who likes, I'll go Sleepy first, then I'll go Crooked. Who likes Sleepy Joe Biden? Who likes Crooked Joe Biden? Because I retired the name Crooked from Hillary. You know that, right? I retired the name Crooked because this was one of the best days in our life. I announced I was going to retire because I thought it was more befitting. She didn't matter anymore. I thought it was more befitting for Joe because he's the most corrupt president we've ever had. He's a Manchurian candidate, actually. You know what a Manchurian candidate is? This guy's getting so much money from so many countries that they can't even figure it out. When I came into office, American manufacturing was on its knees, gasping its last breath. 8 long years of Obama and Crooked Joe Biden, who backed NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, great deal, fellas, TPP and every other globalist betrayal of Michigan workers. For 50 years, they were backing all these horrible deals. They were really backing China. Just as I promised, I withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership in my very first week. That saved your auto industry. You don't have much left anyway, but that saved you the 42% that you have left. I ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with a brand new USMCA, the best trade deal ever made, they say. And in particular, it was salvation for the American auto industry and the American labor. Now they're going to these all-electric cars, so everything's going to be gone. Everything's going to be gone. So sad. So sad. Nobody wants to buy these cars either. That's the other problem. They don't go far. I want to be more sophisticated. I said, give me a good reason why we shouldn't buy electric. Why should we buy it? And the guy goes, well, sir, they don't go far. I said, they don't go far. That sounds so basic. That's like a first grader. They don't go far. I said, that's about as accurate. They don't go far. They also are very expensive, much more expensive, and they require far fewer jobs to make. That means, Michigan, you're going to get so screwed. I can't believe it. I can't believe that guy was able to convince. I thought he was like a tough guy because he said, we're going to go on strike. We're going to do He got on strike. He signed the worst deal. You're getting nice wages for a short period of time, but you're going to be out of jobs in 2 years. So just remember it. I also, and they're trying to renegotiate a whole big pile of things. As you know, all of these deals, the USMCA, Mexico and Canada are trying to renegotiate the deal now with Biden. And Biden's looking at them. He has no idea what they're talking about. I have no idea. What is the USMCA? What countries are they? What countries are they? Oh, that's Mexico and Canada. Oh, I have no idea. By the way, isn't this better than being on this frickin' teleprompter, seriously? I can only do this with friends. I can only do it with friends. Oh, it's terrible. But they always criticize me. For instance, sometimes I'll use the name Barack Hussein Obama instead of Biden. I'll say, and your president, Barack Hussein. Remember Rush? He used to shout, Barack Hussein Obama. And I'll say, because a lot of people think he's still the president. A lot of people think he's really running Biden. He's got a lot of his people in there. So I'll say, your president, Barack Hussein Obama. And they'll say the next day, Donald Trump didn't know who the president of our country is. He thought it was Barack. It's true. It's true. It's true with the stairs, too. They're always, I cannot do it anymore. Everyone says, please do the stairs. But every time I do the stairs, I walk to one. Then I walk into a wall in the back. They say, see, he couldn't find his way off the stage either. These people are so dishonest. They are terrible. But I don't want to be sarcastic anymore because it's too painful. I also renegotiated Obama's Korea trade deal to fully restore the protective tariff on foreign pickup trucks. Now, if I didn't do that, you make more money with pickup trucks than any other vehicle. If I didn't do that, right? If I didn't do that, you would be dying here because without the pickup truck, you would have had a problem. And I put the tax on. It was all set to expire, and South Korea was so happy. Everybody was so happy it was going to. It didn't expire because I extended it, and I got it. And if I didn't do that, you would have had a big problem. You would have had a big problem. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten 10 cents. You look back, not one other president got 10 cents from China. They all said, oh, China's a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation, too. Look at our cities. They're falling apart. Look at our country. It's falling apart. We're like a third world nation. Look at our airports. Look at our airports. I mean, how bad are the airports? And as part of my strong trade policies, I kept Chinese cars the hell out of America through taxation. It's very easy. I used to argue with Angela Merkel. You ever see the hat? Trump was right about everything. I was right, basically, but I used to say, Angela, let me a question. It's just, you don't treat us well. You don't take our cars. Oh, we would love to. We would. Oh, really? I said, how many Chevrolets do you have in Munich? Probably none. I said, that's right. How many Chevrolets do you have in Germany? Maybe none. That's right. But we take their BMWs. We take their Volkswagens. We take their Mercedes-Benzes, we take everything. We're stupid. We're so stupid to allow this to happen. They won't take anything having to do with us, and I had them all broken down. Everything was good. We were doing good, and then all of a sudden, we had the COVID hit us, and we did a great job in that. We never got acknowledged for that, but what China did to us with COVID, to the world, $60 trillion of damage and, millions and millions of people killed. But we did a great job, came out of it. When I left, the stock market price was higher than when just before COVID came in, or as I call it, the China virus, because I want to be accurate. I imposed a magnificent 27.5% tariff on all Chinese automobiles, and it remains in place to this day. You know why? Biden can't take it off because they make so much money with it. They want to take it off so badly because, they pay him a lot of money. China gives him a lot of money, so he'd like to reciprocate. But I just want to say to Michigan, you're welcome, because if I didn't do that, you would have a big problem. Under the Trump administration, you were better off, your family was better off, your neighbors were better off, your communities were better off, and our country was a lot better off. America was stronger, richer, safer, and more confident than ever when you had me sitting behind that beautiful Resolute desk. You know what the Resolute desk? Beautiful. In the Oval Office. We have, as a president, when you get elected, they give you a choice of 7 desks. You have 7 desks. They're all beautiful. They all represent something different. But Resolute represented Ronald Reagan, represented some people that I respected, liked. I also think it's beautiful. But we got to get back behind that Resolute desk. We have to get back. We have to get back. Stop these fascists from taking over. They're destroying our country, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. In case you haven't noticed, they are destroying our country. By contrast, Joe Biden spent his entire career hurting your family while his family raked in millions and millions of dollars, and he was making bad deals for our country. The guy has a lot of houses all over the place. I mean, they started off with nothing. Then they're worth millions and millions of dollars. The most they ever made was $179,000. And yet they have houses that are worth millions and millions. The beach cottage and this one and that one. Ocean, the nice waves. The nice garage with the Corvette, right? The Corvette. And the documents under the Corvette. And he's, the Corvette sitting on classified documents. And it's okay for him, but for me, when you have it sealed at Mar-a-Lago, that's no good. No. It's a terrible double standard. How about that? Did you see that? And he's also got documents in Chinatown. He's got documents at Penn. They're falling out of boxes. Those boxes are heavily used, too. Those documents are going in and out. But how about the boxes in Chinatown? Chinatown! And he gets paid by China. The whole thing, we have such a double standard, it's a disgrace. Just this week, House investigators revealed that Crooked Joe showed up at a business meeting hosted by the Chinese Communist Party-controlled energy companies and all of this, and they were paying his son a lot of money. I'm surprised to hear that. Crooked Joe gave a 10-minute presentation, and days later, Hunter's company got a $3 million check out of China. Crooked Joe is not working for you. He's working for himself because he gets a piece. Don't they have a little statement about him? He gets a nice chunk out of everything. As President Harry Truman said, show me a man that gets rich by being a politician, and I will show you a crook. True. That's true. That's true. Hey, by the way, it's nice in this. I thought it was going to be like freezing in here, Pete. It's very nice. It's beautiful. Is everybody having a good time talking about this horror show? Is there any place better than being at a Trump rally? Yeah, I'll tell you, the people outside, they can't get in. They're not so thrilled out there. Thank you very much. Look at that. I mean, this place is packed. This set a new record. You're not supposed to have this many people. This place is packed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you too. I love you too. Or I wouldn't be doing this. I had a nice life, I had a nice life. I had nice places. I had a great company. I had everything. And now, look, I go through this crap because you know what? We made America great again. We're going to make it greater than ever before. We're going to take it back. It's the question I get asked most often. They say, sir, how do you do it? I've been asked by the toughest guys, the toughest Wall Street guys. You think they're tough, but they're really not. They're not as tough as the auto workers, I'll tell you right now. But they think they are. They think they're tough. But a lot of them come to me and they'll say, how do you do it? You go through all these subpoenas. You got indicted. Now, in my whole life, I didn't know what I didn't know what indictment meant. You got indicted more than Alphonse Capone, Scarface. They say, how do you take it? How do you do it? I say, it doesn't bother me. It's like I'm just doing something for some incredible people. It's called the American people. It's called I'm doing something for America. It doesn't bother me. And you know, when you see the love in this room and when you see the polls, I mean, maybe I'd feel differently if I was losing by a lot or a little. But, you know, we're leading Biden by so much. We're beating him by so much. We have a competitor, a bird brain, who is getting decimated by him. But we're leading him by so much, and that means there's love. That means what we're doing is just sort of, I just feel very good about it. I mean, you know, maybe I'm wired a little bit differently. I don't know. But I feel good about it. Biden always puts America last. He didn't even have the decency to go to East Palestine, Ohio, until yesterday. He would have been better off not going. The mayor's a great guy. I went there very early. The mayor's a great guy. The people are great people. They're unbelievable people. The guy goes like a year later, and, you know, you talk about pandering. That's, I think, the ultimate pandering. He would have been a lot better. Whoever advised him, the same person that advises him to go to beaches. You're like, go to the beach. You look great in a bathing suit. If he would have gone to the beach and left the border alone, we had Tom Homan, we had the best people, Brandon Judd. We had that border, the best it's ever been. If he would have left it alone, we wouldn't have. I think the number is going to be 18 million people by the time this nightmare ends. I think it's 18 million people. Think of it. But I went to East Palestine, and I was there and met the people, and they loved me, and I loved them. But I put workers first, and I put America first. Nobody else does that, not too many. If Crooked Joe gets 4 more years, our country is done. It's done. It's done. I mean, we got to get out and vote. We got to vote like that. And that includes in the primary. I mean, you don't have much of a primary here. I think we have a 60-point lead, 70-point lead. But you know what? It's important to send the Democrats a message. We got to send them a message for November. We got to get out and vote. You go next week, you vote, because we have to put out the message. We have to get out. We have to let them know that a freight train is coming in November. Biden's plan calls for raising taxes by over $6 trillion. Congratulations, everybody. I gave you the largest tax cut in the history of our country. And by the way, we took in much more revenue because of that. But he wants to raise your taxes by quadruple, a tax hike that would be the biggest tax hike in the history of our country. That's what he wants to do. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. He wants to end them. I gave you the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. I gave you the biggest regulation cuts in the history. That's why you had the biggest job numbers we've ever had. I'll also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. You know what that is? When a country charges us a tax, we say, oh, what is it, 100% good? We're charging them the same tax, okay? Reciprocal. It's reciprocal. So if China's charging us a $100 tariff, we charge them a $100 tariff. It's quite simple, actually. It's basically saying, you screw us and we screw you. And you know what's going to end? You know what's going to end up? They'll drop it. Everybody drops it. You know, let's forget the bookkeeping, right? But no, we were treated very unfairly by virtually every country. We did so much. I renegotiated the deals with South Korea. I renegotiated the deals with Japan. I made them so much better with Abe, who was an incredible guy. He was assassinated. But Shinzo Abe was an incredible guy, one of my really good friends. He was great. But I came to him, I remember, because Japan took such advantage of us. And I came to him, I said, Shinzo, it's not working. It's so unfair. I mean, it's so one-sided. He goes, I know. I was waiting for you to come see me. I said, didn't anybody else? He said, nobody ever came to see us. I can't believe we got away with it for so many years. They expect it. And we renegotiated the deal. It didn't take that long. We got a great deal out of it. And as tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families will come down. They'll come down very dramatically. It will almost solve our budget deficit. So the Reciprocal Trade Act, let's say it's 10%, let's say it's 15%. This will go a long way. All these countries, they want to do business in the United States. It's an honor to do business in it. We have to bring that back. For them to come in and take advantage of our country, it's an honor. You should have to pay for that. For them to come in and take our jobs and take our money and take everything out of our country, the guts out of our country, for them to manufacture cars and send them in so that we don't manufacture cars. So the Reciprocal Trade Act, it's very simple. They got to pay. So if they pay 10% or 15%, I don't believe it's going to affect the business that much. But it's so much money that would be coming into our country that it will largely knock out deficits. To a large extent, the deficit will be wiped out overnight. And I think they'll be doing almost the same business. The only difference is that they won't make quite as much money, because right now they're making so much money. In the case of China, they've rebuilt military to rival our military with the kind of money, $500 billion a year that they take out. So we don't want that to happen. The only ones who hate it are the globalists, because basically they hate America. Globalists, I think, really believe it. And that's plenty of Republicans, although it seems to be a dying breed within the Republican, because Republican is mostly MAGA. MAGA. Make America great again. Globalists. Now, the globalists, I think they're on respirators. They're a dying breed, I think. I hope. They are not good for our country. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. They know that. You know, we did it in 2016. Remember that beautiful night in 2016 where they had Florida locked? It was going to be, and then all of a sudden at about 9:01, Donald Trump has won the state of Florida. Ooh, that was bad. And they go up the whole thing, then they go, Donald Trump. Then we win Alabama, we win this. Donald Trump has won the state of Georgia by a lot. I think we did much better the second time with Georgia, by the way. But Donald Trump has won the state of Georgia. Donald Trump has won the state of South Carolina by a lot. Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. We ran that coast up and far, and they kept saying, they said, with North Carolina, they said, don't worry about it. That's our fire stop. That's our state. He can't win that one. And then they go, this was a whole big thing for an hour. They were saying, the stop is North Carolina. Donald Trump has won the state. And they're like having heart attacks. Oh, those people. Remember the crazy woman in the convention center with the hair and the glasses and the bonnet? And she's screaming, that poor woman. And she's screaming. You know what she's screaming for? She wants continued failure in our country. All of their attacks and all of these corrupt persecutions that they're doing are only happening because I am running for president and leading big in the polls and won a presidential race that we weren't supposed to win. They all said, it's funny, I came here and I came to 4 or 5 other states in the last couple of days, and we were having rallies, 45, 50,000 people. And then I'd leave and I kept hearing how we were going to lose. And how come we're going to lose? With Hillary, she'd have like 300 people show up. With Joe, he'd come, he couldn't fill the circle. Remember the 8 circles? Good contractor. Those circles were beautiful. I want to find out who he is, the contract. They were beautiful circles. But they had 8 circles, and they had to put the fake news in those circles because they couldn't fill them up. And then I'd have 48, 50,000 people at these rallies. And I say, why are we going to lose? And we ended up winning Michigan. Remember, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. And Wisconsin, we won Wisconsin, we won Pennsylvania, we won it all. In the latest morning console poll, and we're doing much better now than we ever did. Actually, as you know, we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. We got millions and millions of more votes, Pete. Millions and millions of more votes. We got votes like nobody thought possible, but the election was rigged. It's just one of those things. But we're not going to let them rig it this time, that I can tell you. In the latest morning console poll, we're at 80% in the Republican Party, and in the new 80%, and in the new Fox poll, which tends to be not such a good poll, We're beating Biden substantially here in Michigan, like by a lot. And we're winning a historic 25% of the African American vote in this state. Nice, nice. By the way, the biggest change, we're doing phenomenally with the African American voters. Remember, criminal justice reform, helping their colleges and universities out like nobody ever did before. That was a big thing. All of the things we did, opportunity zones with Tim Scott. Tim Scott had this incredible idea for opportunity. It's one of the best economic development programs ever in the history of our country. Nobody talks about it. But we did a lot, and the African-American population understands it. The black population understands it. And with Hispanic, the same thing. We're doing numbers that are 30, 40, 50% higher than they ever heard of before. We're winning places along the border that no Republicans ever won before. We're like a new party in a lot of ways. So we're getting the workers, we're getting the manufacturers, we're getting the guys that make the product. We're getting guys like my friend with the big muscles over there. We have a lot of auto workers. You know, we have a lot of auto workers in this room who are disgusted with the fact, because they're smart. Look at that guy. He's another guy. Look at him. You can build my car any day. You can, you can build my car any day. And these are great people. These are great workers. These are talented, very talented people. This isn't just workers. These are very talented, brilliant people. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I am being indicted for you. Never forget. I'm being indicted for you. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom, because I will never let them take away your freedom. I will not do that. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way. That's what's happening. They're after you. We are pleased to be joined tonight by some incredible people that represent your state so well, including members of Congress. Lisa McClain. Where's Lisa? What a great woman. She's tough. Don't mess around with her. She's a tough one. And she's great. Thank you, Lisa. You really are. You're doing a fantastic. You're a warrior. And Jack Bergman. Jack, thank you very much. What a job. Two real good ones. Your new Michigan Republican Party chairman, former Congressman Pete Hoekstra. I actually recommended. I said, do you think you could ever get this guy Hoekstra? He's unbelievable. And you were willing to do it, and I appreciate it. Everybody appreciates it. We're going to win the state. If we win Michigan, we win the election. You know? Thank you, Pete. Great. Got the best man. I said that. I said, can you get Hoekstra? He was incredible. Everything he did in Congress, he was incredible. And then he was an unbelievable ambassador. Everybody thought he was just about the best. And then I just said, you got to get that guy, and he agreed to do it. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. State House Minority Leader Matt Hall. Matt. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Great job. Former Michigan Supreme Court Justice Stephen Markman. Stephen, thank you. You're here someplace. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. And President of the Police Officers Association of Michigan, James Tiganelli. And a board member, Dwight Zaringer. Thank you, Dwight. Thank you very much. What a great job they do. Law enforcement. We're going to take care of law enforcement. You know, we have the endorsement of almost every single law enforcement group in the country. And anybody that hasn't endorsed, people look at them and say, what the hell's wrong with you? But we've got the endorsement of just about every law enforcement, the sheriffs, everybody all over the country. From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We are so ready to go. In our first term, we appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 Supreme Court justices, great people. We fully rebuilt the U.S. military and created Space Force, first time in 78 years. Last one was Air Force. This was Space Force, and it's a big deal. And for our great veterans, we passed VA accountability and VA choice. Nobody could do it. They worked on them for 54 and for 56 years. We had the most secure border in U.S. history. We ended catch and release and built 561 miles. Think of it. We built this massive thing, and then they go and they just let everybody pour into our country. People weren't even trying to get in anymore. They knew they couldn't get in. And then they come in, and they just come in numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Nobody's ever seen a border like that. I just don't know. Who could think it's a good thing? And remember, they're coming in from prisons. They're coming in from mental institutions, insane asylums. These are people that we're not wanting in our country. The invasion of our country will affect our black population, Hispanic population, union population, and basically people with good, high-paying jobs, more than any others. Union wages will be cut in half or more. And these are the people that Biden's allowing to come in. Whether they have the talent or they don't have the talent. They're not going to have the talent of the people right now, but they're going to work for 1/3 the price. And they're going to have a lot of unhappy union workers, that I can tell you. That includes the United Auto Workers and the Teamsters. Black and Hispanic workers, or basically anybody who has a high-paying, good job, will be losing their jobs by the millions. These people are going to work for nothing. They're going to work for very small amounts of money. You're going to lose your jobs. It's so sad. No, it's so sad to see. It's common sense. You got 18 million people by the end of his term coming in. They're going to be working. They're going to be taking the jobs of people that have lived here for a whole life, pay a lot of tax. They work hard, big talent. Biden's already giving work permits to 2.5 million illegal aliens. I don't know if you know that. They don't cover it. We have a new category of crime in our country. It's called migrant crime, and it's taking over America. You know, in New York, what's happening with crime is it's through the roof. And it's called migrant. I call it a new category. I just came up with that name, but I think it's appropriate. It's a new category of crime where they go and they beat up police officers. You've seen that. They go and they stab people, hurt people, shoot people. It's a whole new form, and they have gangs now that are making our games look like small potatoes, okay? Because Joe Biden allowed this to happen. We will call it from now on Biden migrant crime, okay? It's migrant crime. This is, we'll call it, I got it, migrant. Let's call it migrant. Biden crime. Oh, that's good. That's smart. Migrant crime. No, but you have a category of crime that we've never had. We've never had anything like this before. They're taking over the inner cities of our country. By the thousands and thousands, they're coming into cities that can't handle it. Even here in Oakland County, you're being overrun, and I will tell you, one man said, what are we going to do about it? We're going to have the largest deportation effort in the history of our country. We have no choice. We have no choice. We have no choice. It's a terrible thing. And we're going to start with the really bad ones first. And, you know, the local police, they know who the bad ones are. They knew, and we're going to take care of our local police. Your sheriff has recently stated that organized criminal squads of illegal alien gang members are hiding in the trees and breaking into rural and suburban Michigan into your homes after dark, plundering them for jewelry, purses, electronics, cash, watches, and anything else they can get their hands on. That's what's happening in Michigan. It happened to that guy. Look, he's raising his hand. It happened to him. If you don't want to have illegal alien criminals crawling through your windows and going through your drawers, as the expression goes, then vote against crooked Joe Biden. Throw him the hell out of office. Before I even arrive, you got to. Look, if we have this regime, it's like a regime. And believe me, they are bad for democracy. What they're doing with elections, what they're doing in Washington, D.C., with people, putting them in jail for years and years and years, and they let Antifa get away with murder. It's just a horrible thing. It's a very bad thing, and it's a very dangerous thing. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office shortly after we win the presidency, we win. We are going to win, not me. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. That war would have never happened if I were president. It was just reported that Biden believes that he did a fantastic job in this catastrophic withdrawal. Do you believe that? The withdrawal from Afghanistan was the most embarrassing moment, I believe, in the history of our country. If that's success, and he thinks it was fine, we lost 13 soldiers. We shouldn't have lost anybody. You know, I'm the one that set it up in the sense that we had to get out 20 years. But we had nobody shot at. We had nobody killed under my administration. They were killing our soldiers very much with the Obama-Biden mess. They were killing our soldiers. And I called up and I said, get him on the phone. Abdul, he was the leader of the Taliban. I said, Abdul, you're killing our soldiers. Don't kill our soldiers anymore, Abdul. It was not a nice conversation. Then I said, if it happens again, we're going to hit you so hard, you're not even going to believe it. And he goes, yeah. He goes, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. Actually had a very nice way of speaking. He's still leading the Taliban, but now he's got $85 billion worth of our equipment, which he's selling a lot of. You know, they're the second or third largest seller of military equipment in the world. Now, they took $85 billion. We left $85 billion, 13 soldiers dead. Many of these soldiers, no arms, no legs, obliterated. Many, 38 of them, at least 38 of them. Nobody ever mentions them. We have people that we left behind, too. We have American citizens that we left behind. But that gave Putin the power to go in because he saw the incompetence of our withdrawal from Afghanistan. We were going to get out, but we should have kept Bagram. It's one of the biggest air bases in the world. We built it many years ago, many years ago. Cost billions and billions of dollars, 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who's occupying it right now? China is occupying it right now. Under the Trump administration, we will restore peace through strength. That's what we had. That's what we had. Don't forget, I didn't have any wars. I defeated ISIS 100%. It was supposed to take 4 years. It took 4 weeks. 4 weeks. Right? General Raisin Cane, right? Raisin Cane. But we defeated them very quickly. We will bring back law and order to our country. I will direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out-of-control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. How is Fani doing in how's she doing in Fulton County, Atlanta? How's that trial? No, I paid him cash. I didn't take anything. I paid him cash. Oh, where did you get the cash? They're not allowed to answer that question. They're not allowed to answer. I paid him cash, she said. I gave him cash. Oh, I didn't take anything. No. Every time we went on a trip, took 9 trips in 1 year. That's a lot of trips. I haven't taken a trip. I don't think I've taken a trip for about 30 years, actually. I don't take too many trips. But it's like, I think she said 9 trips. Every time I took a trip with my lover, I paid him in cash. Where the hell did you get the cash? You know, what a lot of bullshit. And they hurt a lot of people. She wanted to indict U.S. senators. You know, they stopped at like 40 people. But a lot of good people have been really devastated by the incompetence of that whole thing. And Georgia's been so badly hurt as a state. You know, it's been an embarrassment for Georgia. But when you watch that trial, it's so sad. I paid him in cash. I gave him cash every single trip I took. A lot of trips, though. Beautiful trips. Norwegian Cruise Lines. Beautiful trips. It's so nice. Love is such a beautiful... Isn't love a beautiful... Love is such a beautiful thing. I'm also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left people in office that want them to be hurt, that don't want them to look for crime and stop crime. They can stop crime so fast, but they're told not to. They're told to stand away as people walk out with television sets out of department stores that end up going out of business. And we're going to protect those officers and those precincts, and in some cases the states, because you can stop that whole phenomenon where they walk into 300 guys run into a department store and they loot it, and it's like literally there's not a thing on the shelves. They take millions and millions of dollars out, and inevitably they close the stores. They're closing stores all over the country. You can stop that in one day, in 1 hour, if you got really nasty and really tough. Once they see things happening that they never thought were going to happen to them, and I mean tough, it'll all stop overnight. There won't be any more. And your police would love to be the ones that do it, but they're not allowed. They don't want to lose their homes and their families. They don't want to lose their pensions. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they've ever been before. We'll have to work with Democrats because every single one of our rotten cities are being run by the Democrats. So we'll work with the Democrats if we have to. I think that's okay. We'll be bipartisan for a change. We will take over the horribly run capital of our nation, Washington, D.C., and clean it up, renovate it, and rebuild our capital city so that it's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime. 2 people killed over the last couple of days. People are being killed every week. People are being killed. They go from Michigan. They want to see, let's go see the Jefferson Memorial. They want to change the name, because of different things. They want to change the name. They want to change the name of Washington off everything. When you get down to George Washington can no longer be on high schools where they're taking the name George Washington, then we better put on the brakes in this country because we're going to have a lot of big problems. But rather, it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. I drive through. You don't have to go to court in Washington because it's all Biden people that do this. This is all election interference. And in Washington, you have very liberal courts and you have very liberal everything. So they get you in areas where, in theory, you can't win. But it's easier when you've done absolutely nothing wrong. But that doesn't matter because all you have to do is look at Ngoran. In theory, you can't win. But I happened to go to court the other day, and I'm driving through Washington. I say, man, this is going down so fast. Tents all over the place. The worst is the roads. They're in such bad condition. The medians are in such bad, the railings, such bad. They warp. They're the worst garbage. I don't know who the hell sold. They've been selling them for 30 years. They're such garbage. But they're falling down into the road. The roads are bad. There are potholes all over the place. And I'm saying to myself, can you imagine foreign dignitaries, foreign leaders coming into this country and they go into Washington, D.C., and they see roads where you're driving over garbage that's been there for 3 months, been there for a long time, We have some really bad people in our country that are doing a terrible job. We're going to change Washington, D.C. We're going to make it the safest place anywhere that you can be, anywhere. A man who worked for me, who was fantastic, a young man that worked for me, was shot the other night in his head. A carjacking. They shot him. They said, we want your car, and they shot him in front of his wife, and he died. He died a week ago. What a sad thing. We're not going to have that in Washington, D.C. We're going to run it properly, not run by these people that are just horrible. They're just horrible. It's so dangerous. You can't go to Washington, D.C. to go in a park anymore because you're going to be mugged or shot. We're going to change it. We're going to bring it back. We're going to beautify it. We're going to take very strong measures on crime because we can't let that happen. The great capital, Washington, D.C., is under siege. I will always defend Medicare and Social Security, unlike Bird Brain and unlike, frankly, a lot of other people. Remember that, though, because they're not going to defend it. Nikki Haley, have you ever heard of her? You don't hear her name too much anymore. But she wants to extend the minimum age of Social Security by 10 years. So supposing you're just about ready to get your Social Security, and they say, darling, I have a little bad news. Nikki Haley just extended it by 10 years. I don't think you're going to be too happy. We have such great wealth in this country. We don't have to play around with Social Security and Medicare. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school. Remember this, any school pushing critical race theory. It's so bad. It's so bad. Transgender insanity or any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the heads of our children. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And maybe the easiest thing of all, it's embarrassing to have to say it because I don't think 10 years ago anybody ever heard of it. I will keep men out of women's sports. Right? The weightlifting. The weightlifting. A record was set the other day in weightlifting that will never be broken by a woman, I can tell you. I will fully uphold our totally under siege Second Amendment as I did for 4 years. We will protect innocent life and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections where the goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. One-day voting. And you can do that for 9% of the cost. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, you can do the paper ballots, and paper, it sounds a little crazy, but paper, it's called Watermark, they have such secure paper now. It's actually a very complex instrument, but the paper today is incredible. And you can do paper ballots, same-day voting. Think of it. You can do, and voter ID, it costs you 9% of what this other stuff that they do is. They have all this stuff, and they say, we should be able to know the final count in 2 weeks from now. You ever see where they need 2 weeks to count? With the paper ballots, you know, France did it because they couldn't do mail-in ballots because they turned out to be totally corrupt. Mail-in voting is totally corrupt. Get that through your head. It has to be. The votes, I mean, it has to be. And in France, they did mail-in voting, and they gave it up because it was so corrupt. They went to paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID. They had 36 million votes. By 10 o'clock in the evening, everything was done. They had a winner, Macron. They had a loser, went home, and they started working the next day. There was no complaints, and there was no problems, and there was no anything going through the air. There was nothing. They had same-day voting and voter ID. They want paper, highly sophisticated paper. 9%. You'll save a fortune, 9%. And you'll have your answer by 10 o'clock in the evening. But until then, Republicans must win. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden, Crooked Joe, and the Biden administration have done. If you want to save America, then you must vote. You must go and vote. Remember, the primary is Tuesday, February 27th. We need you to get out and vote to set the stage for November. Go vote. November 27th. So remember this. There's a date that's very important. It's November 5, November 5th. That's a very important date. Everything in our lives should be aimed to that date, because that's the date we're going to make our country great again. Because right now, we're a laughingstock all over the world. So in 2 weeks, get out and vote. You watch South Carolina, how we're doing there. We're doing great. We're up about 30 or 35 points on a governor who was not really very popular. And in conclusion, from Marquette to Midland, from Grand Rapids to Detroit, we got to watch Detroit. We got to watch Detroit. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. They had such horrible abuse. You know, they had more ballots. Do you know this? They had more ballots than they had voters. Do you know that? Gee. And they didn't want to, go into that. And from Warren to Waterford Township. Waterford Township, beautiful. We stand on the shoulders of red-blooded Michigan patriots who laid the railroads, worked the factories, tilled the fields, forged the steel, fought the battles, and won the victories that built the Motor City and made America into the greatest and most powerful nation anywhere in the world. But now we are a nation in decline. Very sad. We're a nation in decline. We're a failing nation. We're a nation that has lost its confidence, willpower, and strength. We're a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. We're not going to allow it. And remember, Michigan. If we win Michigan, we win the whole ball game. We win everything. Remember that. Nothing they'll be able to do. Don't let them cheat. Don't let them cheat. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you. You are patriots. I mean, here it is. You're freezing your ass off, right? And we're here. But it's warm because there's love in this room, right? There's love. Hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. We have no choice. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. They truly do. They hate our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House on November 5th, 2024. Please remember that day. That's our day. The great silent majority is rising like never before. And under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement. You know, we're the greatest movement in the history of our country. Make America great again. When Biden says, oh, we have to stop MAGA, MAGA, I'd like to say, do you know what MAGA stands for? He would have no idea. MAGA, I don't know. That's not a fair question. And then the anchors would protect him. You shouldn't ask him a question like that. No. I'd say, do you know what MAGA stands for? No, please tell me. Make America great again. That's what it stands for. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much, Michigan. Thank you. Get out and vote. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you, everybody.
President. All right, well, the president wrapping up about an hour and 17 minutes, it seems like, almost an hour and a half, I guess, when you combine all of the pre-show stuff. But we certainly got exactly what we were expecting, Catherine, as the president absolutely delivered, especially on keeping jobs in the auto workers right here in Michigan.
Yeah, he was so articulate tonight. He went through the automotive industry. He went through crime and just the destruction of our cities through the policies of the Biden administration. He talked about immigration and just the horrible job that they've been doing with controlling the immigration in this country, and said there will be mass deportations on day one of his administration. We also went into just the support for law enforcement, and just really you can feel that in the crowd, that everybody here wants to see our law enforcement supported and the communities restored. And then just the politicized state of the Justice Department and the judicial system in this country. I mean, he knows that attack on him is really an attack on all of the American people. And when they get through him, it's all of us next. And he made that very clear, and everybody in this room can feel that.
Yeah, you mentioned the lawsuits, obviously, the Fonnie Willis and New York judgment came down yesterday and really talked about the weaponization of the legal system against his political opponents. And this sets a dangerous precedence for really anybody that wants to run for political office and fears that maybe their political opponent will try to not only remove them from the ballot, but perhaps put them in jail as well.
Yeah, but he just talked about how important Michigan is in the general election and really made sure to get folks out to vote on the 27th here and then on the general election on November 5th.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. He actually ended with the November 5th and the 27th of February. Two important
days. His stamina today, just showing, he was down in Florida, then he goes to Pennsylvania, does a speech in Pennsylvania, flies to Michigan. I mean, it's 8:30. He's not going to get back to Palm Beach until 9:30, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and he's going to do it all over again tomorrow. And just you would never see Joe Biden do this. And he just had the crowd so engaged. Everybody was laughing the whole time. It was just a really great evening.
All in about 18-degree weather with a wind chill factor of 6 inside here right now. Anyway, I want to thank all of our partners for today's broadcast. First of all, the Birch Gold Group. Obviously, text Trump to 989898. We talked about the economy and one way you can protect your investments. The Birch Gold Group will help you do just that. Also, the great Trumpinator Bobblehead. You cannot beat that thing. It's super cute. It's a great collectible that you can add to your home or your office. Simply information for that is on your screen. The Trumpinator Bobblehead. And while you're at it, why not get one of the famous Trump Wanted card, the nice mugshot card that just really one of the most infamous mugshots of all time. You can get your hands on that as well. It makes a great collectible item. Plus, we don't know the uncertainty of the political culture that we're in, and no telling what pandemic might come up. The Wellness Company has a contagion emergency kit that is perfect right now for you to get hold of to help protect you and your family. The information for that is on your screen as well. Plus, our friends over at MyPillow.com. You got to love MyPillow.com/RSBN for the very best in the products at MyPillow. Don't forget about the promo code. You can do that as well. Plus, the free TrumpBook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Likely your kids won't learn about a lot of the things we've talked about today, but they can read about it in this free TrumpBook.com. Slight shipping and handling fee that you'll have to pay for that, but nevertheless, it will provide all the information you need to know about that. Plus, don't forget to go to our website, get the newsletter, RSBNetwork.com. Click on the newsletter. It's absolutely free. It'll get brought to your inbox on time when news allows. All the information that you and your family need to know. RSBNetwork.com. Don't forget to donate at our website as well, RSBNetwork.com/donate. It's one way to help out what we're doing. Final thoughts as we wrap up here in Michigan.
I just think Donald Trump is on his game. I'm excited that we're rolling into the general election, and I think feeling the energy here in Michigan reminds me of the 2016 feeling.
It does.
It's on a roll. People are excited, and just make sure to get out and vote.
I think the energy level is high, like it was back in 2016, 2020, and now 2024. It is exciting. One way to programming note, we'll be live at CPAC next week, starting on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll also have coverage for President Trump on the road in South Carolina as well. So stay tuned for all of that right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Social media handles for you.
C-Cypher, CYPHER.
There you go. You can follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV across the board and at Brian on Truth Social. All right, from a very chilly Michigan, Brian Glenn, Catherine Cypher saying so long, everybody. Have a great evening. We'll see you back here next week from CPAC in Washington, D.C. Good night, everybody. Okay, we thought we'd pause just for a few moments and talk to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Philip Patrick joining me now to talk about this ever-changing economy and what's going on in the world right now. And just recently, President Biden has issued his 2024 budget. Now, there's a lot of numbers. There's a lot of stuff to unpack. Walk me through all of what these numbers indicate.
Look, at a glance, the 2024 budget would make you laugh if the topic wasn't so serious. I mean, really, it is full of marketing taglines like growing the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, or trying to ensure an equitable and effective and accountable government that delivers results for all. In fact, in the introductory message, Biden rammed home this idea that he's had a commitment to fiscal responsibility and how he'd cut the deficit. Look, fiscal responsibility sounds great, but a quick look at the numbers, I think, dispels that notion. Over the next 10 years, from this year until 2033, the total deficit is projected at $17.16 trillion, and in no single year will the deficit be less than $1.5 trillion, and that's assuming there's no wars or intervening recessions or spending sprees. To think about that for a moment, responsibility is now defined as spending at least $1.5 trillion more than the government brings in revenue every single year for the foreseeable future. It is absurd and unsustainable.
That's actually what Jerome Powell was referring to when he said the government was going down this unstable financial path. I mean, he's dead on with that.
He's absolutely spot on. And I think he's pointing to the fact GDP has grown $5.5 trillion in 3 years, when federal debt's grown $1 trillion in 3 months. And we have a Congress now that is determined to just kick the can further down the road instead of addressing the problems. As we said, it's unsustainable. Even Powell can't deny it now.
Do we have any idea how much money right now Joe Biden has actually borrowed from the future of Americans here?
It's a very good way to put it, actually. The answer is a lot. When Biden got into office, national debt was $28 trillion. Today, over $34 trillion. That's a 21% increase in a matter of years. And for a little bit of context on that, $6 trillion is an almost unimaginable amount of money. For some context again, that's 20% more than we spent, adjusted for inflation, fighting World War II. That is, by itself, 2 Germany's worth of debt in 3 years. $6 trillion would be the 3rd highest national debt for any nation in the world today. That is what this guy has done in just 3 years. It's incredible.
And you look at, is he adjusting the budget to allow for this, for the shortfall? I mean, what is he doing, and what does Congress need to do?
Listen, the answer is he is doing very little. Nearly all politicians and Americans believe that the nation's fiscal problems stem from a lack of revenue. In other words, not taking enough from other people. The Biden budget claims that wealthy corporations and individuals are not paying enough taxes. So the solution, of course, let's just tax everyone more. But the problem is this. By Biden's own numbers, that only brings out about $120 billion in revenue. Furthermore, the 10-year deficit projections include these tax increases. And that accounts for about $6.6 trillion deficit reduction over the next decade. In other words, the other 93% of the money presumably will be borrowed. In other words, he doesn't address the shortfall at all. Let's just let the next guys deal with my problem. That's the mindset.
Yeah, that's a horrible mindset. Philip Patrick joining us here from the Birch Gold Group. Now, this is where we drill it down to the average American, Philip, and how they can really survive the financial crisis that is inevitable that we have in this country. And we've talked about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group for months now. We've got thousands of our viewers have taken advantage of a lot of the specials you guys have. But let's get serious for a moment. I mean, what can they do to ensure that they don't get tangled up in this cobweb of tragedy that's ahead, and they can secure their financial future and what they built already?
Look, first and foremost, we've got to stop Bidenomics, right? So everyone needs to go out there. They need to vote. We need a change in 2024. Otherwise, we may be at the point of no return. But until then, and I think 2024 is going to be a very tough job for whoever takes it. But before then, we need to look at how we can protect our futures for ourselves, our families, and those around us. And that's what we at Birch Gold Group specialize in. Precious metals in climates like this they work very well to protect against the realities of a Biden economy. Things like inflation, corrections in the economy, dollar devaluation. We have a world now running away from the dollar. These things all drive gold and silver up. So it works as a very effective hedge against the problems we have, and like I said, the realities of Bidenomics. So I would encourage everyone to get educated, start reading. I think it's very simple. We got to text Trump to 989898. We'll give a free information kit to the viewers. Get educated, and once you see the problems, the solutions will present themselves.
Philip Patrick joining us as we take a break from our programming to talk about this serious issue here. A lot of stuff going on in Congress, a lot of stuff going on in this country right now. But I've always said this, Philip, there's nothing funny about your money, and you've got to make sure it's secure. We've all worked way too hard to let these rascals in D.C. just swindle your money away. So I do encourage our viewers to reach out while you have a chance. All you do is text Trump to 989898. Super easy. They'll get the information over to you free, so someone can make their best judgment there. But Philip Patrick, always a pleasure joining us here. You're a gift to this country. You're a gift to this programming to bring these types of straight facts to our viewers, and we certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. The honor is mine.
Thank you, Philip Patrick, the Birch Gold Group.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
Parents and grandparents, the 2024 Kids Guide to President Trump is here, and it's free. As a bonus, your child gets a free issue of Everbright Kids magazine and activity book, and a free video lesson. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Welcome to the Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're not like the other media outlets out there that cut and edit what other people say. In 2015, we were created by our founder, Joe Seals, to cover President Donald J. Trump's speeches and rallies, to which we continue to do to this day. We've also covered important conservative events like CPAC, TPUSA, March for Life, and many other important events and hearings around the country. We were made for people like you, everyday Americans who are tired of the mainstream media, who are tired of being lied to, manipulated, and fed an agenda. Our goal here at Right Side Broadcasting is to allow you to see the truth, giving our correspondents and commentators a wide latitude to speak their minds. You won't find anything like this in the mainstream media. Your support through your donations, locals, and supporting our advertisers allows us to continue to cover important events around the country each and every day. So, from us here at Right Side Broadcasting, thank you for supporting us and the right side of history.